My beloved child, you may think this night is like every other, but I need you to pause and listen carefully. This very moment, this exact night, has been marked in eternity long before your first breath, long before your first pain, long before your name was ever whispered on earth. This night carries a weight unlike any before because heaven has aligned what was once scattered. I have orchestrated every delay, every heartbreak, every detour to lead to this divine appointment. Do not mistake stillness for inactivity, for while you see no motion, angels are being dispatched, realms are colliding, and destinies are unlocking. I have brought you here not by chance but by covenant. What you felt was coincidence was actually confirmation. Do not miss this moment by brushing it off as normal, because what I'm about to release will not repeat. The enemy has tried everything to make you numb before tonight so you would sleep through a visitation that was meant to shift generations. You've battled distractions, weariness, confusion, all in an effort to keep you from being alert during this holy collision. But I will not allow your promise to be stolen because of your exhaustion. That's why I'm speaking to you now, louder than before, deeper than you expected, more urgently than your mind is ready to process, because the shift is not waiting for morning. It is happening tonight. I am not asking for your perfection. I am asking for your attention. I do not need your strength. I need your yes. This is not the night for hesitation. This is not the night for excuses. This is the night for surrender, because what comes next hinges on your willingness to move now. Your hesitation could cost you a door that doesn't open again. This night has power because I am in it, and where I am, nothing stays the same. I do not visit empty. I come with purpose, fire, clarity, and transformation. I come to reorder what the enemy disorganized, to rebirth what fear tried to abort, to reignite what time tried to bury. Everything you asked me for in the past season, all the cries, the fasts, the whispered prayers under your breath, I did not ignore any of them. I stored them for this night. The weight of heaven has been leaning into your life, and now the tipping point has arrived. If you knew what was behind this moment, you would not hesitate to open your spirit fully. I do not want a part of you. I want all of you, because only full surrender can contain full glory. You are not waiting on me, I am waiting on your agreement. I want you to stop rehearsing the failures of yesterday and step boldly into this night's promise. I want you to know this moment is drenched in favor, saturated with angelic assistance, and appointed by my own hand. Every delay you've endured, every season where you felt forsaken, every time you thought I wasn't watching, it was all leading here. Do not miss this hour. Do not waste this grace. Do not sleep on this season. You are not being asked to move mountains, only to obey me, and in your obedience, mountains will move themselves. I am not impressed by your performance, but I am moved by your surrender. There is a window open above your life, and it will not remain open forever. Heaven's schedule is unfolding, and you are on the list. Your name is being whispered in the courts of glory. This is not imagination. This is manifestation. This is the reason you survived what others couldn't. This is the reason your heart kept beating when everything else broke. You were preserved for a moment like this. Now walk into it. Don't delay. Don't doubt. Don't look for another sign. I am the sign, and I am speaking now because the door is open now. If you wait too long, you'll feel it close and wonder what could have been. Don't let regret become your companion when revival was knocking. What I do tonight, no man can reverse. What I seal tonight, no demon can unseal. I am not speaking randomly. I am roaring over your destiny. Act now, or miss a miracle with your name on it. Everything in your life hath been building up to this second, and I've been waiting for your spirit to finally reach the place where it could receive without resistance. You searched through people, through ideas, through broken places, hoping they would give you what only I designed to fulfill. I saw you when you smiled publicly while your soul quietly starved. I watched as you tried to convince yourself to be content with less, but deep down, you knew something eternal was missing. That missing piece was never supposed to be found in this world. It was always hidden in me. And now, because you've endured the wrestle, because you stayed even when everything screamed for you to give up, I am stepping into your space with what cannot be counterfeited. This is not a feeling. This is a motivational moment. This is a sacred unveiling of what you've longed for without even knowing how to name it. I am unwrapping the mysteries that your soul has cried for in silence. You are not lost. You are being discovered by the one who made you. You are not forgotten. You are being chosen again, even in your uncertainty. And this choosing, this precise appointment, was not triggered by your perfection but by your hunger. It wasn't your strength that brought me. It was your broken whisper in the night when no one saw the weight you carried. That's what moved my heart. That's what made heaven lean toward your direction. And now, here I am. I have not come to ask questions. I've come to bring answers. I've not arrived to test you. I've come to complete what I started in you before your tears ever fell. You've been in the waiting room, but what's been forming behind the curtain is now ready to be released. I am not just revealing a plan. I am restoring purpose. I am not just giving you information. I'm breathing into your identity. You will no longer walk around with a heart full of yearning and no clarity. I'm lighting the path so vividly that every step you take from here will carry new authority. The places where you once felt unsure will now feel like home because my presence will cover every inch. You don't need to figure this out, you only need to trust me as I show you who you truly are. I'm removing every false label you've worn, every lie you believed, every standard that was set by those who never saw your full design. Tonight, I'm peeling away what never belonged so you can finally see what I've always seen in you. You are not a mistake. You are not running out of time. You are not behind. You are right on schedule for what I've hidden until now. Your heart asked questions that your mind couldn't solve. That's why I waited until this very moment. Because when I reveal what I'm about to place in your spirit, it won't make sense to others, but it will feel like breath to your bones. You'll stop comparing. You'll stop chasing validation. You'll stop doubting the quiet nudges I've given you. Because tonight, I settle what was always meant to be yours. You won't need to fight to prove yourself anymore. I'll prove you myself. I will vindicate what others didn't understand. I will affirm what you thought would be buried forever. And the beautiful part, you won't have to strive. All of this will come from rest. I will do more in one night of surrender than years of striving ever could. I'm not giving you more to do. I'm giving you peace to carry. That's what you were really searching for, not fame, not applause, not success, but the kind of peace that stays even when storms don't. And now that you finally come to the end of your striving, now that your search has turned into stillness, I'm filling you with what you didn't even know how to ask for. This moment was prepared long before your confusion. I was not late. I was timing everything for the unveiling. And the unveiling is now. The curtain is being pulled back. The answer is stepping forward. And what you'll find, child, is not just a solution, but the revelation of my heart, wrapped in a love that's been chasing you every second. And now, I'm here to give you what can never be taken away. The wait has not been in vain, though it tested your soul deeper than words can describe. Every moment you thought I wasn't listening, I was recording your tears in heaven's record. Every door that didn't open when you pleaded, every voice that went silent when you cried out for help, every season where it felt like time passed you by, all of it is being reversed in a single act of my divine intervention. This is not just another spiritual moment. This is the moment that makes every closed chapter suddenly make sense. The things you buried under exhaustion and disappointment are rising again, not to torment you, but to be redeemed by my hand. I am stepping into the gaps time created and pulling you out of the shadows you learned to survive in. You've become familiar with waiting. You've become fluent in silence. But now I will teach you the sound of breakthrough, the language of movement, the rhythm of redemption. I have not forgotten what was stolen from you, and I do not need years to restore what years have taken. I do not operate within the limits of man's expectations. One divine word from me can reconstruct what life dismantled. Tonight, I'm not merely visiting, I'm reordering everything. What with plot is being unboved. What was slow is now accelerated. I'm not waiting for your perfect understanding. I'm looking for your open heart. My release into your life tonight will not resemble anything you've seen before because I am not repairing what was. I am introducing what never existed. I am not interested in returning you to old dreams. I'm inviting something that didn't even fit in the last season. Something new, something untouchable, something time-sensitive. Delay made you believe that I changed my mind. But my promise has always been louder than the silence. You thought the stillness was abandonment, but it was preservation. I was keeping you from what would have broken you prematurely. And now that the weight of the promise matches the strength of your character, I'm releasing what was reserved. Heaven is not stingy. I don't ration out blessings. But I do wait for the right moment, and that moment is now. This release is not just for you. It will heal the branches of your family tree. It will awaken those connected to your destiny. It will even shift strangers who will benefit from the overflow I'm pouring into your lap. The silence you endured is about to become the soil for a shout of glory that will break through generations of unbelief. Tonight, what I do will speak for itself. No defending, no explaining, no trying to convince people you were called. The fruit will testify. The evidence will rise like morning light. You don't need to manufacture anything. Just receive. Let go of the blueprint you created in your waiting season. It no longer applies. My plan is bigger. My strategy is flawless. What I release tonight is not partial. It's complete. I'm not fixing a symptom. I'm eradicating the root. You've tolerated certain delays because you thought they were permanent. But they were only holding patterns, and I'm breaking the cycle now. The ceiling you hit is now the floor I'm building under your feet. You will not just recover, you will rise. And those who counted you out will not even recognize the version of you that steps forward after tonight. I'm changing more than circumstances. I'm rewiring your spiritual DNA. This shift will dismantle trauma that tried to hardwire hopelessness into your thinking. You will no longer expect delay. You will expect sudden glory. You will no longer flinch at silence. You will sense my whisper in the stillness. You will no longer feel stuck. You will sense heaven's wind behind you. Tonight, I release what no hand can block, what no voice can cancel, what no demon can stop. And this release, this outpouring, will not run dry. It is not a momentary relief. It is a permanent shift. Because I don't just change circumstances. I change everything. And that begins now. I have watched as you buried your expectations under layers of disappointment, telling yourself it was safer not to hope than to feel the pain of watching things fall apart again. You convinced yourself to stop dreaming, to stop believing for more, because every time you reached forward, life seemed to snatch it away before it could settle. You closed the door on visions I gave you, labeling them too fragile to survive the real world. But what you thought was the end was never authorized by me. I never signed off on those endings. I never buried those promises. They only went dormant while I protected the soil around them. Now, in this sacred hour, I am breathing my presence into every part of your life that you gave up on. I am walking into the rooms of your soul where you stopped visiting, the forgotten corridors filled with dusty hopes and dreams, and I am declaring resurrection over them. I am not asking you to understand how this will happen. I am asking you to believe that it can. When I step into what was called dead, life returns with authority. When I speak to what was lifeless, it doesn't just stir, it rises. Tonight, things are shifting in realms you can't see. Things are awakening in parts of you that you assumed were permanently closed. You are about to be startled by the speed of restoration, not because it's rushed, but because it's right on time. I never threw away what you asked me for. I simply waited until the atmosphere was ready to host what I destined to flourish. And now, the hour has come. There is no force, no power, no curse strong enough to hold down what I am resurrecting tonight. Even your own doubt will have to step aside as my spirit begins to breathe into what you thought you lost forever. You will feel a surge of clarity, not from your own thoughts, but from my voice piercing the fog that's lingered too long. This moment is a reintroduction, not just to your purpose, but to who you were always meant to become. I am not returning you to what was. I am introducing you to what was hidden within the loss. Every closed chapter held an unseen seed, and now I am commanding those seeds to sprout. What was buried will bloom in ways you never imagined. Your spirit is being called back into alignment with heaven's assignment for your life. This revival will not feel like hype or emotional waves. It will feel like breath in your chest again, like light breaking through walls you didn't realize you built. This is not inspiration. This is divine intervention. And it begins within. I am reviving your voice. Not the one you use around others, but the one you lost when you were silenced by pain. I'm giving it back, stronger, freer, louder, not in volume, but in truth. I'm reviving the creativity you shut down. I'm restoring the courage you buried. I'm reigniting the faith that once moved mountains but grew quiet under the weight of delay. Do not be surprised when old dreams suddenly feel fresh again. Do not resist when your heart begins to burn with possibilities that seemed long gone. That's me. That's my wind. That's my spirit doing what only I can do, bringing life back into places the world called finished. And this revival will not just be spiritual, it will touch the natural. Your surroundings will shift to make room for what I'm raising. People will be repositioned. Timelines will accelerate. Opportunities that vanished will return with greater favor. You will feel it begin subtly, like a whisper in your soul. But it will not stay small. It will grow. It will expand. And you will know, not by sight, but by the deep witness in your spirit, that I have begun something tonight that cannot be undone. I'm not patching up the old. I'm making all things new. And what rises tonight will carry evidence so undeniable that even your enemies will call it a miracle. Right now, even while your physical world still looks the same, my presence is at work where no eye can follow and no hand can interfere. I am standing in dimensions where your voice could never reach but where my authority rules completely. I am dealing with obstacles that you thought were immovable, matters that seem permanently locked, and verdicts that felt final. You heard their reports, their diagnoses, their declarations, but they were never the final word. I have the final say. I'm not hindered by human reasoning or timelines. I don't need permission from systems or validation from experts to overturn what was built against you. And tonight, I am doing exactly that. In realms beyond your perception, I am shifting the foundation of what held you down. Chains are being undone. Structures meant to delay you are collapsing. Words that were spoken to contain you are being canceled in my courts. I am moving ancient resistance, family strongholds, and personal limitations that you quietly accepted as permanent. I am stirring the foundations of systems that have long opposed your rising. I am touching legal matters, hidden plans, generational burdens, all without needing a moment's notice from the natural world. You cannot see the movement yet, but you will feel its effect very soon. You will wake up and notice things no longer resisting you the way they used to. People will shift in their behavior toward you, and you won't need to explain why. Circumstances will soften. Things that seemed delayed indefinitely will suddenly find momentum. Not because of who you spoke to, but because of who stepped in for you. I am your advocate where no earthly lawyer can argue your case. I am your defender where no human audience will ever hear the accusations. And I don't just work behind the scenes, I work beneath the surface. I uproot the hidden agreements you didn't even know were working against you. I dissolve alliances formed in darkness, curses spoken in secret, and assignments launched from envy. I am dismantling what no amount of human strength could have changed. And I do it not because you earned it, but because you're mine. When I take ownership of your situation, I take responsibility for its outcome. I didn't just come to encourage you tonight. I came to interfere with what was blocking your destiny. You asked me to open doors, but I saw walls that had to come down first. You asked for breakthrough, but I saw invisible chains wrapped around decisions and details that only I could reach. So I stepped in. And while others sleep, while the world continues on unaware, I am bringing justice into places where injustice ruled for too long. You will not always know what I'm doing until after it's done. But trust me, what I'm breaking in secret will soon manifest in your freedom. I am removing what you would have never had the strength to carry alone. I am shifting policies, rerouting people, and reordering spiritual climate so that your path will no longer be blocked by resistance that doesn't belong to you. You're not imagining the pressure. It was real. But it was not yours to carry, and now I am lifting it off. The storm that swirled around you wasn't always about you. It was about what I placed in you, and what darkness feared you would release. So I silenced the voices. I silenced the opposition. And now, I'm shifting the realm you couldn't reach, because it's time for what's been built against you to be torn down by my hand. I do not need applause or headlines. What I do in the spiritual realm requires no human confirmation. But what I release will be undeniable. You will walk in places you were never allowed before. You will receive favor in spaces where you were previously rejected. And people will wonder how the gate opened so quickly, but it's because I moved the lock from the other side. Tonight, the impossible is yielding to the hand of the one who knows no limits. There is something sacred hanging over your life right now, something that's been waiting not on time but on your yes. Heaven is not slow, and I am not withholding from you. I've been watching, waiting, listening for that one moment of full-hearted agreement, that surrendered yes not mixed with conditions or fear. What's held up is not because I changed my mind, but because your heart wasn't ready to fully align. I've been patient, not because I enjoy the wait, but because I value the transformation that only surrender can unlock. Your obedience is not a minor act. It is a key in the unseen, and when used without hesitation, it shifts more than your personal situation. It realigns atmospheres. It pulls the weight of heaven into the now. You've prayed for answers. You've fasted for change. You've asked me why certain doors haven't moved, and I've been pointing quietly to your heart the whole time, not to punish you, but to prepare you. Tonight, this moment is not about effort. It's about agreement. I don't need you to perform. I need you to respond. And not halfway. Not with what ifs. Not with backup plans in place. I'm asking for a faith that burns the bridges behind you and refuses to go back. You are not as far as you think. You are one yes away from divine release. Your hesitation has been understandable. You've been wounded by things that didn't go as you planned. But this is not the same season, and I am not the one who let you down. I am the one who stood by silently while you processed pain I never intended for you to carry alone. I am the one who caught the tears when no one else knew you were drowning. And I've been holding something in place, not denying you, but waiting for this holy alignment. What is stored for you is not lost. It's waiting for the signal that you are ready to carry what you once couldn't. Don't underestimate the weight of this moment. Your yes carries eternal weight. It sends a sound into heaven. It tells the angelic realm that you are in position. It tells the earth that you are prepared to steward what others might misuse. It tells me, the one who formed you, that you are willing to walk in what I designed without reshaping it into something more comfortable. I have not forgotten the cries that came from your spirit when you had no words. I remember what you've longed for, even what you buried because it felt too painful to keep hoping. But I'm stirring those places again, not to hurt you, but to heal what grew numb. I'm awakening your desire not to torment you, but to show you how close you really are. You've seen others move forward and questioned your own timeline, but I have always had something different for you. Something not delayed, but reserved. I don't place holy things in unready hands. And now, your response determines more than you can imagine. Will you answer me tonight? Will you lean in with everything, even when you don't have all the details? Because what I unlock next is not small. It's not for your entertainment or comfort. It's kingdom. It's legacy. It's generations. And I will not force it on you. I will wait for your response. I have not held back because you are unworthy. I have waited because I honor your role in the process. This is partnership, not publicer. This is an invitation into miracles. But it cannot happen with partial surrender. You must decide now, before the night ends, before the atmosphere shifts, before the door closes again for a time. What I am offering is not temporary. It's not emotional. It's divine order. And when you respond, things that were locked for years will begin to move with no human intervention. It will be obvious that only I could have orchestrated it. So, child, answer me. Not with fear, not with caution, but with trust. One yes, and what was stalled in the heavens will break open in the earth. You've questioned the weight you've carried and asked me countless times why it felt like you were being pressed on every side, why every path forward seemed to carry more resistance than reward. But what you didn't see was that I wasn't punishing you, I was preparing you. I allowed the tension to build, the pressure to increase, the silence to stretch, not to break you, but to deepen your roots so that when the release came, your foundation wouldn't crack. You've cried under the strain, wondered if you were cursed, and begged me for relief. But child, understand this. What I am about to place in your hands will be heavy with purpose, rich with responsibility, and it requires a level of faith that cannot be developed in comfort. I couldn't let you step into this too soon because premature elevation would have destroyed what I was building in you. You needed to be stretched so your spirit could carry the weight of my glory without collapsing. The kind of release I'm about to pour out requires unshakable faith, and that's why I led you through seasons where all you had left was belief in me. When resources dried up, when support walked away, when prayers felt unanswered, those were not signs of abandonment. They were invitations to deeper trust. I was not being cruel. I was carving endurance into your spirit. I was stripping away every false security so you would lean solely on the rock that does not move. You were never alone in the storm. I stood with you in every wave, letting the resistance refine your character while shielding your spirit from being crushed. You wondered why I didn't step in sooner, but I wanted the pressure to teach you what peace really is. Not the absence of struggle, but the presence of stillness in the middle of it. And now, you're standing at the edge of what I've been preparing you for, and the pressure has served its purpose. You didn't break, you bent. You didn't run. You stayed. You didn't lose your mind. You gained resilience. And because you did, you're now ready to carry what others couldn't. This isn't just about receiving a blessing. This is about becoming a vessel capable of stewarding it. The pressure exposed what needed to be healed. It surfaced wounds you ignored. It humbled pride that would have poisoned the promise. It silenced voices that were never meant to guide you. And it made you see how faithful I am, even when nothing made sense. I didn't lift the pressure early because I knew what was coming. I knew that without this level of preparation, the enemy would have used my blessing to destroy you. But now, your roots go deeper than appearance. Your faith is no longer tied to outcomes. You trust me because you've seen me sustain you when no one else could. And that kind of trust, that's what unlocks what no effort ever could. I'm about to release something that your preparation demanded. Something measured by heaven's scale, not man's applause. And when it comes, it will flow through you with grace, not strain. Because you were tested under pressure, and now you carry authority in the realm where others fold. I've trained your hands for war in secret so that you could walk in victory in the open. I've made your knees strong through surrender so you could stand unshaken in public spaces. What I'm releasing will not just change your life. It will alter the atmosphere everywhere you go. It will shift families. It will break cycles. It will carry evidence of my presence so tangible, people won't be able to explain it, only encounter it. And none of it would be possible without the pressure that formed the vessel. Do not despise it. Thank me for it. because the same pressure that nearly broke you has now positioned you for the kind of release that will make the waiting worth every second. That very thing you nearly abandoned, the prayer you whispered in fatigue, the dream you silently walked away from while pretending it didn't matter anymore. I never let it die. You may have stopped speaking about it, even stopped hoping for it, but I didn't stop moving around it. I've kept it alive in the quiet chambers of your destiny, nurturing it with my own hand while you grieved in silence. I saw every time you tried to convince yourself it wasn't meant for you. I watched as you built walls around your heart just to protect it from the sting of unmet expectations. But I also listened to the groans too deep for words, the sighs you let out when no one else was around. You see, what almost broke you wasn't meant to finish you. It was shaping the stage for a moment you could not yet envision. The very area where you felt the most warfare, the most doubt, the most loss, that is the battleground I'm about to turn into your greatest victory. The enemy targeted it so fiercely because even he knew how powerful the outcome would be if you held on. He whispered lies in the night, told you it was too late, that you misheard me, that you didn't deserve it. But I never echoed those lies. I remained near. Even in the silence, I never withdrew. Even when you stopped praying about it, I kept watching over it. I was waiting, not for perfection, but for readiness. I was preserving it until your spirit could receive it not as a wish, but as a manifestation rooted in faith. That which you were tempted to discard out of survival will now shine as the signature of my faithfulness. It won't look the same as when you first asked for it, because I've refined it in the fire. I've tailored it to fit the version of you that has been reshaped through adversity. What's coming will not only fulfill what you once longed for, it will exceed it in ways that will leave you undone in wonder. You will look at it and know it had to be me. No coincidence could explain it. No strategy could manufacture it. You will see how I never abandoned the blueprint. I was simply building it behind the veil. And now, that veil is lifting. This will not be something you hide or keep to yourself. I will give you boldness to speak about it, to share the journey of how close you came to quitting but did. And that story, your story, will breathe life into others who are hanging on by a thread. Your testimony is not a tale of smooth paths, it's a testimony of redemption, revival, and relentless grace. It's the proof that even when you wavered, I stood firm. That even when your grip weakened, my hand held fast. What once caused shame will now carry purpose. What once made you question me will now be the very reason you praise me. You thought the chapter had ended, but I was simply waiting to turn the page myself. Now that you've tasted the weight of waiting, now that you understand how precious trust is, I can place this miracle in your hands without fear of it becoming your idol. It will not distract you. It will anchor you. It will not draw you away from me. It will draw others to me through your life. Don't think for a moment that your delays disqualified you. On the contrary, they positioned you. They trained you to value what comes from me, not from striving. I know how fragile your heart was, and that's why I've handled this with precision. And now, I'm bringing it into full view. What you almost walked away from will become the loudest declaration of my goodness in your life. Not because you figured it all out, but because you surrendered even when you didn't understand. That is the heart I respond to. And tonight, I'm responding with fire, with fulfillment, with favor, and with finality. What once felt lost will now define you, not by what you endured, but by who carried you through it all. This moment isn't about someone more qualified, more holy, or more visible. It isn't about waiting on approval from those around you or another round of confirmations from others who can't see what I've planted in you. Heaven isn't holding back because of external conditions. It's waiting for your inner agreement. All that's been building, all that's been hovering in the atmosphere, every angel assigned to your promise, they are aligned and standing by, not for the world to change, but for your yes to be released from the deepest place in your soul. There are divine instructions that can only be activated when you step into alignment. Not out of obligation, but out of intimacy. I'm not asking for an outward show of faith. I'm calling for the hidden yes that no one sees but me. The yes that costs your comfort, your certainty, your calculated plans. The yes that steps out even when it doesn't make perfect sense. That yes is the key. That yes is what heaven is leaning toward. Your delay in response isn't because of your weakness. It's because you've been trained by fear to overthink your obedience. But child, fear never authored your story. Faith did. And faith doesn't wait for clarity before moving forward. It trusts that I have already gone ahead. I do not need the entire world to agree. I need you. I need your voice to echo mine. I need your spirit to say yes even while your circumstances still scream no. There is more power in your response than you've ever realized. Your yes sends tremors into the spiritual realm. It opens doors that man cannot shut. It releases grace for every step ahead. Do you think I would ask you to agree and not empower you to follow through? No, where I called, I provide. Where I lead, I uphold. Your yes is not about being strong, it's about being surrendered. It's about trusting that I don't choose based on ability but availability. I could have placed this mantle on another, but I didn't. I gave it to you. Because I saw something in you that you've yet to recognize in yourself, a heart that can carry the weight of glory, a soul that won't bend under pressure, a voice that can shift atmospheres. You've seen yourself as too broken, too late, too unsure. But I see you as positioned. I see you as ready. And heaven is waiting for your response to match the assignment. Every time you hesitated, grace kept the door open. Every time you doubted, mercy covered your delay. But this night is different. This night requires a decision. This is not about hype or emotional impulses. This is about timing, divine timing. And this window will not remain open forever. There is something on the other side of your yes that can't be accessed any other way. It's not about worthiness, it's about willingness. Will you move even if it costs you what you plan? Will you trust even when you feel unqualified? Will you give me your full yes, not just with words but with actions that prove your surrender? I am not asking for perfection. I am asking for permission to move through you in ways you never expected. You've been waiting on me to move, but I've been waiting on you to respond. And once you do, truly do, what's been restrained will be released. Resources will appear. Wisdom will flow. Favor will surround you. Doors will swing open that no man could force. All because heaven was never waiting on the world. It was waiting on you. Right now, the angels are leaning in. The heavens are standing still. The Spirit is hovering, waiting for one sound, the sound of your yes echoing from a place of complete trust. And when it comes, what has been pending will become present. Not next week, not next year, but now. Because your yes doesn't just change your direction, it activates heaven's agenda in your life immediately. There's a holy pattern to the way I move, and it's never random. I'm not a God of coincidence. I'm a God of alignment, precision, and divine accuracy. What is unfolding tonight is not a reaction to desperation but the culmination of steps you took when it felt like nothing was changing. I saw every decision you made in the dark that no one else celebrated. The moments you chose me over comfort, truth over convenience, stillness over panic. Each of those choices was a thread woven into a larger tapestry of obedience, and now that tapestry is being unveiled. You didn't miss your moment. Your moment was being built around your willingness to follow me when the path didn't make sense. This is not about being perfect. This is about saying yes when everything in you wanted to retreat. You didn't know it then, but your faith-filled steps were keys unlocking rooms you'd eventually walk into. And now, the lock is turning. The time is ripe. I am not delayed. I am right on schedule with your destiny, because you kept saying yes, even with tears in your eyes and questions in your heart. And now, your obedience has triggered movement in the unseen realm. Tonight is not just about what happens in the physical, it's about what I've set in motion spiritually that is now converging with this very hour. Heaven has been waiting for your steps to match my timing, and now that they have, the release can no longer be held back. This isn't a coincidence. This is a culmination. Every sacrifice, every private surrender, every act of trust, they've reached their fullness, and the reward is breaking through. I don't operate according to human calendars or earthly systems. I operate through hearts that are tuned to mine, through sons and daughters who move when I whisper, not just when they understand. That's you. And now, because you've walked in alignment even when you didn't have confirmation, you are about to step into fulfillment beyond what your eyes could see. This is what obedience unlocks, not just answers, but transformation. Not just open doors, but entire atmospheres that respond to your presence. I didn't need you to be famous. I needed you to be faithful. And now, that faithfulness is about to pay off in ways you never imagined. The timing of this breakthrough has been intricately woven with your journey. That's why the pressure intensified recently, because the release was nearing. That's why the resistance seemed heavier, because the enemy always fights the moment he senses my hand about to deliver something historic. But I have not forgotten your obedience. I have not overlooked the quiet yes, the steady walk, the repeated decision to remain even when it felt easier to escape. This moment is not an accident. It's the arrival point of promises I whispered long ago. And now that you've continued, now that you've kept your spirit aligned, nothing can stop what I've ordained to unfold. Do not think for a second that this moment is small. Do not let the enemy lie to you and tell you it's just another night. I align breakthroughs with precision, and this breakthrough is scheduled by the obedience you've walked in. There are some blessings I only release to those who trust me without guarantees, and you've qualified, not by effort, but by surrender. Now, prepare to see what happens when heaven honors obedience. You will walk through gates you didn't know were assigned to you. You will receive confirmation you didn't even know you needed. You will find strength in places that once wore you down. Because when I move in alignment with your yes, the results are not partial. They are complete, undeniable, and sealed by my glory. So trust this timing, even if it scares you. I am not rushing you. I am inviting you into what you're finally ready for. And tonight, because your heart remained in position, what was pending will now be poured out. There was not a single night I missed when your heart broke silently behind closed doors, when you laid your head down hoping sleep would give you relief from the weight you carried. I saw it all. Not one tear escaped my notice. While others saw your strength, I saw the war you fought just to make it through another day. You didn't always speak about the pain, but your silence spoke volumes in my presence. And I didn't turn away. I collected every tear, every sigh, every whispered prayer you barely had strength to form. You thought no one understood what you were going through, but I was there, not distant, not detached, but leaning close, holding you together when you were falling apart inside. And now, I want you to understand something vital. I am a just God. I don't ignore suffering. I respond to it, especially when it's endured with integrity, when it's walked out in trust, when it's carried not with bitterness but with hope, even when that hope was hanging by a thread. You didn't crumble under pressure. You didn't retaliate when others misunderstood you. You didn't abandon your character when no one was watching. And that private obedience, that quiet resilience, that sacred endurance, it has reached my heart, and I will not let it go unnoticed any longer. The time has come for me to lift you in a way that no man can take credit for. I am about to turn the very places where you were overlooked into platforms of honor. I'm about to reverse the shame the enemy tried to wrap around you. What you thought was hidden will now become the place of great visibility, not to elevate your pride, but to magnify my faithfulness. Because when I reward, I do it openly. I want others to see that those who trust me in secret are never forgotten. Your name is being spoken in rooms you don't even know exist yet. Opportunities are being arranged without your striving. I'm orchestrating moments of recognition that you won't have to chase. They will find you. This is not about popularity or applause. This is about divine vindication. You didn't seek to prove yourself, and that's why I will do the proving. I will let your life testify. I will let your fruit speak. I will make sure that what you did when no one was watching becomes the very reason favor flows in your direction. And those who once questioned your journey, not out of malice but out of misunderstanding, they will witness the unfolding of my promise over your life. You won't have to explain. You won't have to defend. My hand will make it obvious. And child, this reward is not a temporary flash of blessing. It is a sustained season of overflow. It's not just for you. It's for those around you, those connected to your calling, those who will see your rising and be inspired to trust me with their own hidden struggles. You have no idea how many lives will be touched by what I'm about to do for you. You kept going when you felt invisible, and now I will make your obedience visible. You sowed in tears, and I promise that those who sow in tears will reap with joy. That reaping is beginning now, not in some far-off future, not after more years of waiting, now. Because the hour has come for beauty to rise from the ashes you've carried. The reward won't look like you imagined. It will be better. It will fit perfectly. It will come without striving. It will speak of my goodness, not your effort. And as it pours in, remember this. I didn't forget you. I didn't ignore your cries. I waited for the right moment, the one that would silence every doubt and testify of my deep love for you. That moment is here. Watch me reward what no one saw and make it a story everyone will witness. There were seasons where you begged for a word, for a sign, for a moment that would tell you I was still near. But all you got in return was stillness. You mistook my silence as distance. You assumed my quietness meant disinterest or delay. But child, what you called silence was actually strategy. I wasn't ignoring you. I was working in places you couldn't see, constructing things you weren't yet ready to hold. If I had answered you when you demanded, you would have misused what I was forming. If I had opened the doors you prayed for too soon, the weight behind them would have crushed you. So instead of speaking, I kept building. I kept placing piece after piece together in perfect alignment, not just around you, but within you. I was shaping your inner world to hold the magnitude of what your outer world is about to receive. You cried out for clarity, but I gave you character. You asked for breakthrough, but I gave you roots. You wanted speed, but I gave you stability. I never stopped moving. I never stopped listening. I simply moved in a frequency that required trust more than understanding. Silence in my presence doesn't mean absence. It means construction. The best foundations are poured in quiet. The deepest work happens beneath the surface, away from the eyes of those who measure progress by what is seen. But I was never concerned with public display. I was focused on longevity. I wasn't trying to impress you with a quick result. I was preparing to sustain something eternal through you. That's why I took my time. That's why I withheld certain answers. I was protecting both you and the promise. Because what you're about to walk into required more than excitement. It required endurance. And now, what I was quietly forming is ready to rise. You will soon see the result of the silence you once resented. What felt like abandonment was actually the sound of me laying every beam, setting every cornerstone, calculating every detail. I was not stalling. I was securing. You are not stepping into something shallow. You are stepping into something solid. And now, the structure is ready. And now, you are able to receive without breaking what is given. I needed you to develop the maturity that doesn't demand constant reassurance to move forward. I needed you to grow into someone who could carry my glory without needing to be seen or celebrated. And you did. Even when you didn't feel it, you matured. Even when you doubted, you grew. You didn't give yourself enough credit for the way you stayed through the silence. Well, I noticed. I saw how you kept believing when nothing around you changed. I saw how you held on even when your emotions wavered. And now, that quiet faith, that steady trust, has opened the door for the loud unveiling of what I've built for you. You don't have to force it. You don't have to chase it. The work is already complete, and the season of stillness is giving way to a season of suddenly. You'll see things fall into place that were previously out of reach. You'll walk into spaces you once only dreamed of. But now, you'll do it with the wisdom to keep them. You'll do it without losing your center. Because the silence that tested you has now equipped you. I have not been wasting time. I've been preparing you for divine timing. And tonight is when everything hidden begins to emerge. What I created in the unseen is about to change what's visible in your life. You'll no longer question why I was quiet. You'll understand. I was constructing a future worthy of the fire you walked through. And that future begins now. This moment is not one of more questions. This is the hour where the haze lifts, where the tension releases, where the noise of your racing thoughts quiets under the authority of my voice. You've been carrying confusion like a second skin, unsure of what step to take, doubting what you once knew with confidence, replaying choices and wondering if you've strayed too far. But I tell you now, my child, confusion does not come from me. That chaos in your mind was not my design. I never intended for your heart to live in limbo, second-guessing every instinct, paralyzed by what-ifs. That fog you've walked through was a residue of spiritual warfare, not a reflection of your inability to discern. I know how heavy it's been to function while unsure. I've watched you try to make wise decisions without clear direction, doing your best while inwardly fearing you're missing something. But tonight, I step into the battlefield of your thoughts and release a sound that cuts through the clutter. A sound that carries truth. A sound that restores peace. I do not speak in riddles when your heart is bleeding. I come with clarity that brings relief. I am not the author of fear or doubt, and I will not allow you to stay entangled in thoughts that wear you down. The moment you invite me into your questions, I don't come with more questions, I come with presence. And my presence brings alignment. My presence brings understanding that doesn't always explain everything, but makes peace feel louder than confusion. Tonight, I take the weight of every I don't know and trade it for the stillness of I am with you. I trade your tormenting indecision for calm direction. Not rushed, not vague, clear, specific, gentle, yet unmistakable. You will begin to feel clarity return to your mind like sunlight breaking through gray clouds. Ideas that once seemed tangled will suddenly feel simple. Paths that seemed blocked will show new openings. Choices that caused anxiety will begin to lose their grip, and you will recognize my hand guiding you again, not in chaos, but in peace. I don't want you making decisions out of fear. I want you to move from rest. And this rest doesn't require everything to be figured out. It simply requires trust that I am lighting the next step, even if the entire path remains unseen. You've asked me to speak. I am. But not through noise. Through stillness. Through inner knowing. Through the gentle nudges that rise when you quiet the panic and lean in. You don't need a sign to keep going. You need the reminder that I am already in the direction you're leaning toward. I've placed the desire in your spirit. I've confirmed it through peace, not pressure. And now, I want you to stop overanalyzing what I've already made clear. I am not trying to confuse you. I'm trying to lead you. But I will not compete with your panic. You must quiet yourself long enough to hear me. Lay down the burden of needing all the answers and listen to the one who holds them. I have not left you in the dark. I've simply waited for you to realize the light you're looking for is within the whisper, not the whirlwind. The peace you crave is not a product of everything working out. It's the evidence that I'm already working. So breathe, child. Let go of the mental storm. Release the pressure to predict the future. I am already there. And right now, in this divine moment, I extend my hand and invite you to trade your confusion for the certainty of my presence. Let your thoughts settle. Let your heart slow down. Because I am bringing resolution where there was turmoil. I am bringing answers that come wrapped in peace, not panic. And from this moment forward, you will no longer be ruled by confusion. You will be led by my peace, which will guard your heart and your mind. This clarity is my gift to you tonight, and it marks the beginning of a new walk, one that is no longer led by uncertainty, but by trust that I am truly guiding every step you take. You spent so many days wondering if you were forgotten, if the waiting meant rejection, if every door that did open was a sign that I had changed my mind. But I need you to understand something heaven has known all along. The space between promise and fulfillment was never a punishment. It was protection. It was provision. It was precise preparation for a weight of glory your previous season couldn't carry. I never intended to withhold good things from you, but I love you too much to place greatness into hands that are not yet steady. You prayed for elevation, and I answered with construction. You asked for acceleration, and I responded with foundation. What looked like delay was actually the slow, careful crafting of a structure that wouldn't collapse under the pressure of fulfillment. If I had moved too soon, what was meant to bless you could have overwhelmed you. You see only the waiting, but I see the war that was fought around your destiny, and I know the timing had to be exact. I allowed the pause not to discourage you, but to develop you. I refined your motives. I purified your heart. I dismantled old mindsets. I restructured your identity until it no longer leaned on applause, titles, or outcomes. I've been shaping you into someone who can walk into what's next without losing their soul in the process. That's why it took time. That's why it looked like everyone else was being chosen while you remained hidden. Because I wasn't just preparing a place for you. I was preparing you for the place. And now, the preparation is shifting. The work that happened in secret is about to be confirmed in the open. Not all at once. Not for show. But with clarity, consistency, and the full backing of my hand. What once felt like stagnation will now make sense as strategy. You weren't forgotten. You were fortified. You weren't overlooked. You were being trained in places where only I could see your progress. Others may not understand what I've done with you because they didn't witness the wilderness. They didn't walk through the nights when you wanted to quit but chose to stay faithful. They didn't hear the groans of your soul that never reached human ears. But I did. I heard every wordless prayer. I saw every unnoticed sacrifice. I measured your growth not by visibility but by your response to hiddenness. And you passed the test. You remained when leaving would have been easier. You trusted when answers were nowhere in sight. You praised when you felt empty. You stayed rooted when everything tried to pull you up by the roots. And now, because you endured, you're about to be trusted with more than you asked for. This next phase of your journey is not about proving yourself. It's about walking fully in what I've already established. You won't have to fight for recognition. The fruit of your process will speak louder than any introduction. Doors will open not because you force them, but because I have already turned the lock. You will carry weight not because of your resume, but because of your history with me. And this history matters. It's why I allowed the delay. Because in the pause, we wrote a story no one can take from you. A story of faith under fire, of worship in the wilderness, of peace in uncertainty. And now, that story becomes your strength. What's coming will be heavy with significance, but you won't be crushed by it, because the delay made you strong enough to stand in it. You are not behind. You are right on schedule for my divine design. And this moment, this night, is your confirmation. What was held back is now being released. What was restrained is now flowing freely. And it will not be a slow trickle. It will be an outpouring that makes up for every silent season. The wait was not a waste. It was wisdom. And tonight, the evidence of that wisdom begins to unfold. You are standing at the edge of something that doesn't yet look impressive. It might seem insignificant in size, unimpressive in appearance, or underwhelming compared to what you imagined. But I need you to hear me clearly. What you're holding is not the full picture, it's the seed. And in my kingdom, seeds don't stay small for long. I use what seems modest to usher in what is mighty. I use what looks like not enough to showcase my abundance. I don't require grandeur to bring glory. I require obedience. It doesn't need to make sense to others. It doesn't even need to make sense to you. What matters now is your willingness to act, not based on how it looks, but based on who is speaking. I'm asking you to move, not because what you have is already great, but because I will make it great through your trust. What you're carrying is divinely designed to grow rapidly once it's released in the right soil. But that soil is only accessible through your obedience. You've been tempted to ignore it, to delay, to underestimate it, simply because it doesn't yet reflect the weight you feel it carries. But I assure you, what looks humble now will soon draw attention, not because of effort but because of my breath on it. I've done this before. I've taken loaves and fish and fed thousands. I've taken a shepherd boy and placed him on a throne. I've taken overlooked fishermen and launched a global movement through their surrender. Don't measure the outcome by the appearance of the beginning. What I've placed in your hands is enough for the miracle, but it must be planted. It must be acted upon. If you hold it in fear, it will remain a seed. If you release it in faith, it will become a harvest. Your obedience is not about how equipped you feel, it's about how convinced you are that I am faithful. You've asked me to multiply what you have. Now I'm asking you to move with what you've been given. No more waiting until it looks ready. No more stalling because you think it's too small. I use the small things to confound the wise. I use the hidden things to reveal the deepest truths. And what you've been given, right now, is holy. It may not sparkle. It may not shine. But it carries weight in the spirit. And when I breathe on it, and I will, it will expand so rapidly that you'll barely recognize the version you started with. You will see growth where you saw nothing. You will see favor where there was resistance. You will witness the unfolding of provision in ways that defy logic. But none of it will happen without your movement. I do not need you to understand everything. I need you to say yes, and mean it with action. Obedience isn't about convenience. It's about trust. And you are about to see what happens when you take the step, even while still feeling uncertain. You've been equipped for this without even realizing it. Your trials have trained you. Your waiting has positioned you. Your prayers have saturated the ground beneath your feet. And now the time has come to move. And the moment you do, what was once small will begin to take on new shape. I am multiplying it even now. Doors are being prepared. People are being aligned. Provision is moving in your direction. You won't have to force it. Just move and watch what happens. The small thing you're carrying tonight is about to testify to my power. And when it grows, because it will, you will remember this night as the turning point, not because you saw it all coming, but because you obeyed when it looked like nothing was there. You've spent so much time visualizing how things could finally change. You've rehearsed in your heart what answered prayers might look like. Imagine the relief, the celebration, the transformation. But what you've pictured, as hopeful as it is, doesn't even come close to what I've prepared. You've been dreaming within the limits of your past and praying from the memory of disappointment. But I do not consult your history when I design your future. I do not base my power on what has or hasn't worked before. You've been aiming for restoration on a human scale, but I am bringing a divine reconstruction that far exceeds anything you were expecting. I'm not just filling the gaps. I'm expanding the territory. I'm not simply fixing what was broken. I'm building something completely new where the wreckage once stood. You've seen glimpses in your spirit, small flashes of what it might feel like to be free, to be full, to finally breathe without fear. But I'm about to go far beyond that. Because what's coming isn't the product of your imagination. It's the manifestation of my promise. Your mind couldn't grasp it fully, because it's being born from my heart, not your plans. I don't deal in the currency of just enough. I am the God of more than enough. And while you were preparing for survival, I was arranging overflow. While you were hoping for just one door to open, I was building entire pathways for you to walk through. I never asked you to figure out the outcome. I asked you to trust me with the impossible. And now, the impossible is bowing to my name. I saw the tears you cried while whispering, "If you could just do this one thing, Lord, but child, I heard that whisper and answered not with a minimum, but with a movement. I'm sending a wave of breakthrough that will leave you speechless, because it will sweep through areas you forgot to pray about. I'm releasing things you never even knew to ask for. Because I don't just answer what you request. I respond to the longing of your heart, even the parts you've buried beneath disappointment. You were bracing for partial healing, but I'm bringing total restoration. You were hoping for temporary relief, but I'm unleashing permanent change. You were expecting small answers, but I'm delivering a shift so large it will redefine your reality. This is not exaggeration. This is not a fantasy. This is the fullness of what I've promised, and it's beginning now. I withheld certain things before, not because you didn't deserve them, but because they would have looked incomplete if they had arrived too early. I wanted you to see that my ways are not like the world's. I don't do things halfway. I don't bring you this far only to deliver something less than what was written over your life. And when I move, when I break open what's been held back, it won't just change one circumstance. It will shift every part of your life. Others will look at you and see the change, not just in what you have, but in who you've become. They won't be able to deny that something supernatural has touched your life. And you'll know deep in your spirit, that this was what I was preparing you for all along. So don't limit your expectation. Don't reduce your prayers to what looks realistic. Don't let past disappointments shrink your vision. Open your heart wide, because I'm about to exceed it. This breakthrough is going to stretch you in beautiful ways. It's going to elevate you into spaces you didn't even know were available to you. And through it all, I will walk with you, not just to deliver the breakthrough, but to teach you how to live in it, how to sustain it, and how to carry it with humility and joy. So get ready. What you pictured was just the starting point. What I'm doing will redefine everything. There are corners of your heart you've tried to keep locked, places you've kept untouched because fear has lived there too long. I know exactly where those places are, not to expose your weakness, but to redeem what fear tried to possess. You've avoided those inner shadows because of how much pain is attached to them. But tonight, I am not standing at the edge of your comfort zone. I am walking directly into the very territories you thought disqualified you. The wounds you kept hidden. I'm healing them. The memories that trigger your anxiety. I'm rewriting them. The patterns that kept repeating because of unspoken shame. I'm breaking them for good. You've asked me to change your life, but I'm beginning with your foundations. The places where fear was planted. I'm uprooting them. Not just pruning the surface, but severing the roots. Because I won't allow what hurt you to define you. You were not made to live in cycles of insecurity, wondering if you will ever be whole, afraid that if people really saw inside you, they would walk away. I see inside you, and I'm not walking away. I'm walking in. I'm setting fire to what the enemy tried to build inside your mind. I'm clearing out lies that have disguised themselves as logic. You've been told to just be strong, but strength doesn't grow through pretending. It grows when my power meets your surrendered vulnerability. So surrender it all tonight. Give me the fear of failing again. And me the fear of being misunderstood, the fear of not being enough, the fear of hoping again just to be let down. Those fears were never yours to carry. They are spiritual burdens planted by an enemy who wants to keep you small. But I didn't create you to shrink. I created you to rise. And you cannot rise while fear rules your inner world. So I am stepping in. And when I step in, the strongholds crumble. You may feel trembling in your soul. That's the sound of walls collapsing. That's the sign that the lie has lost its grip. Where fear once stood guard, my truth is taking over. And not only will you be free, you will be bold. The very places that made you shake will become your launching pads. I'm not just freeing you from fear. I'm anointing you with courage in the exact same areas where fear reigned. Where you once doubted your voice, you will now speak with divine confidence. Where you once avoided responsibility, you'll now lead others into breakthrough. Where you once felt like a burden, you will become a blessing. This is not a surface transformation. This is a foundational reset. And it begins the moment you stop resisting and let me go where no one else was allowed. I am not afraid of your broken places. I'm not intimidated by your questions. I'm not offended by your honest struggle. I came for it. I came for the dark places. I came for the memories that haunt you. I came for the emotions you've numbed. I came for the trauma you tried to forget. And I came not to revisit it but to redeem it, fully, completely, permanently. I want to show you that your scars are not symbols of failure, but of survival. And now, I'm turning your survival into strength. I'm taking what was meant to break you and forging it into a weapon of victory. Others will see it. They'll be drawn to the transformation not because of what you say, but because of what you carry. You'll walk into rooms and shift atmospheres because you are no longer ruled by fear. You will become the evidence that I can do the impossible, not just around you, but within you. And tonight is the beginning. This is the hour where fear loses its hold. Not through your effort, but through my presence. I am your courage now. I am your strength. And I am turning your deepest fear into the foundation of your greatest power. You took the silence as a sign that I turned away, the unanswered prayers as evidence that you were disqualified, the door that refused to open as proof that your hope was misplaced. But child, what you saw as rejection was actually me steering you away from what could have distracted you from the fullness of your purpose. I saw what you couldn't. I knew what was hiding behind that door, the compromise you didn't see coming, the delays that would have tangled your path, the people who would have misused your gifts. And because I love you, I closed it. Not to hurt you, but to protect what I've been cultivating in you for a greater assignment. You cried when that door didn't open, but I was rejoicing, not because of your pain, but because of what I knew was ahead. I allowed you to feel the sting of no so that you would be redirected toward the yes that holds your true anointing. I don't shut access unless I'm opening a higher way. I never close something without placing a better path in motion. You were asking me to bless a place that was too small for what I've placed inside you. I had to deny what you asked so I could deliver what you actually needed. That interruption wasn't a loss. It was a route into a territory designed just for you. And I know it hurt. I know it made you question your hearing, your value, even your faith. But now you will begin to see why I said no, not because you were undeserving, but because you were destined for more. You are not forgotten. You are being positioned. What you thought was a detour was actually my hand correcting the coordinates, putting your feet back on the road that leads straight into your assignment. I have not changed my mind about you. My call still stands. My purpose has not wavered. I'm just guiding you through the map you didn't see coming. And now that you've followed me through the heartbreak, now that you've trusted me in confusion, now that you've stopped knocking on what I've already shut, you're ready to walk through the right door. One that doesn't require striving. One that opens with ease because it's been anointed by my hand. You won't have to push this time. You won't have to plead for acceptance. This door will open not because of who you know, but because of what I've declared. And when it does, you'll look back and thank me for every no that protected your yes. You'll see how I was ordering your steps even when it felt like they were going in circles. What's ahead is not just a replacement for what you lost. It's a reward for what you trusted me with. You chose to keep walking with me instead of forcing your way into something I never ordained. And because of that, I will honor you. You will walk into rooms you didn't apply for, be offered opportunities you didn't chase, find yourself in divine appointments that only my spirit could arrange. This is what happens when my children follow me even when the path is unclear. I reward faith, not familiarity. And your faith has brought you here, to this threshold, this holy moment, this divine turning. You are not missing out. You are being set apart. You are not behind. You are being brought into the fullness of what I wrote over your life before you even took your first breath. So release the pain of that closed chapter. Let go of the door that didn't open. Stop rehearsing the disappointment. What I'm opening now makes that rejection make sense. What I'm revealing now will erase the ache of what you thought you lost. Because you never lost anything. You were being led. And now, it's time to walk in the direction of your true calling, with confidence, with peace, and with the knowledge that my hand has never left you, not for a single step. There have been times you've questioned whether the direction you followed was ever mine at all. Moments when the road grew too narrow, the climb too steep, and the horizon too dim, and you started wondering if you somehow veered off course. You looked at others progressing in ways you had prayed for, and you wondered why your steps felt slower, harder, more uncertain. But hear me now. Every footstep, every pause, every unseen shift, I was in all of it. You didn't miss me. You didn't wander away. You followed my whispers even when they didn't match what others were doing. And that obedience, that decision to stay close even when you couldn't see the end, is the very reason you're standing on the edge of transformation tonight. I didn't call you to walk the same path as others. I called you to trust me with one design specifically for your purpose. What looked like delays were really detours around destruction. What felt like silence was me protecting you from noise that would have pulled you off course. I never needed you to understand every turn. I just needed you to keep following my voice. I know the terrain has felt unfamiliar. I know there were stretches of your journey where you walked with trembling knees, unsure if I was still with you. But child, I never stepped away. I was there in every shadow. I was there when you turned corners and didn't recognize the season you had entered. I've been closer than your breath, guiding from the inside out, placing impressions in your spirit when logic offered no reassurance. And now, as you look back, you'll begin to see the outline of my hand in places you once assumed were coincidences. That open door that came right after the disappointment. That was me. That person who walked into your life carrying confirmation you weren't even expecting. That was me. The delay that irritated you but later revealed itself as divine timing. That was me too. I'm not only present in the obvious victories. I'm deeply active in the subtle moments that build your resilience and sharpen your discernment. You didn't always realize it, but you've been walking on holy ground the whole time. Every choice to trust when it didn't make sense, every act of faith that went uncelebrated by the world, those were pivotal movements in your journey. You've been faithful, and your faithfulness has not gone unnoticed. I am not the kind of shepherd who leads his sheep into the unknown and abandons them. No, I lead with purpose, with intention, with unwavering love. And even when you couldn't see where I was taking you, I was preparing where you would arrive. Nothing about your journey has been random. I've been building something within you just as much as I've been arranging things around you. And that building, though painful at times, has made you ready for what I'm now releasing. You can trust the next step, not because you see it all, but because you trust the one holding your future. Your steps are ordered, not by chance but by divine design. You are not where you are by accident. The wilderness seasons that made you feel isolated were actually places of deep equipping. The loneliness you felt in certain seasons wasn't abandonment, it was insulation. I had to separate you for a while to strengthen what I was growing within. Now the strength you've gained, the wisdom you've acquired, and the fire that's been refined in your spirit, all of it is going to carry you into a season that requires exactly what you carry. Do not be afraid to move forward. I am not guiding you into the unknown. I am guiding you into the prepared. What is ahead has already been touched by my hand. Walk boldly. Walk humbly. But walk, because I've never stopped leading you, and I will start now. The attacks you've endured weren't just random waves of opposition. They were calculated attempts to keep you from arriving at this exact moment. Hell has been trembling at the thought of what would happen if you ever reached the point of realization you're standing in right now. The realization that you are chosen, that you are called, and that you are capable of carrying more than you thought possible. The enemy has seen the anointing on your life, and while you were questioning whether you were qualified, he was trying everything to make sure you never saw it. Every distraction, Every lie, every setback was a scheme to delay what I've destined to break through tonight. But you've made it this far, not because of your strength, but because of my mercy. And now that you're here, I want you to understand how critical this night truly is. This is more than personal breakthrough. This is a prophetic collision of purpose and timing. The enemy whispered to you that nothing would change, that all your effort was wasted, that the cycle would repeat again and again. But those whispers were rooted in fear. Is fear not yours? He fears what you're about to step into, because once you do, the chains he used to bind you lose their grip forever. He fears that your voice will rise, that your obedience will shake the ground, that your surrender will awaken others who have been trapped in silence. It's why he fought so hard to weary your faith, to drain your hope, to tempt you to walk away right before the turning point. But you didn't give up. You're still here. You're still reaching, still listening, still expecting, and that alone is proof that his plan failed. But now, I want you to go beyond surviving. I want you to strike back with obedience. I want you to dismantle everything he built against you by walking fully into what I'm releasing. The enemy hoped you would doubt me, but you've chosen to trust me even when it didn't make sense. He hoped you would curse me in the waiting, but you chose to praise instead. He hoped you would close your heart out of disappointment, but you left it open to my leading. And tonight, I am honoring the trust by giving you an opportunity to prove that he underestimated you. This moment is your response to every lie, not with argument, but with action. Not with defense, but with demonstration. When you say yes to me now, you are tearing down the strongholds that were assigned to your bloodline. When you obey in the face of uncertainty, you are declaring that faith is louder than fear. When you step into what I've ordained, you are becoming living evidence that no plan of the enemy can override my purpose. Do not shrink back now. This is not the time to hesitate. You've been hidden long enough. You've been quiet long enough. The anointing I placed on you is not seasonal. It's generational. It's meant to shift atmospheres and shake foundations. I didn't raise you up just to survive. I raised you to destroy the works of darkness and carry light into places others fled from. And you do that by showing up fully, heart open, mind focused, feet ready to move. You are not walking alone. I am with you. My spirit is upon you, and heaven is backing you with authority the enemy cannot touch. He's watched you wrestle, and now he will watch you rise. You will not walk through this door empty-handed. You will carry fire, purpose, clarity, and power. And every step you take from this moment forward will be a step the enemy cannot follow, because I am leading you into territory he has no access to. So rise, child. Move forward without fear. Tonight is not just any night. It is the night you shift from wounded to warrior, from overlooked to anointed, from survival to full surrender. This was the night the enemy never wanted you to reach. Now make it the night he never forgets. You've carried an ache in your spirit for a long time, a longing you couldn't fully describe, an emptiness that did have a name, a hunger that couldn't be satisfied by anything around you. You tried to explain it to others, but words always fell short. You sensed something was near, but every time you reached for it, it seemed just out of grasp. What you didn't realize was that this tension was holy. It wasn't confusion. It was the sound of heaven stirring the atmosphere around you. You've been standing on the edge of a divine shift, and tonight, it begins. Not just in theory, not just as an idea, but as a tangible experience within your spirit. I am not limited to moments of emotional stirring. I bring real transformation. I do not tease your heart with glimpses of freedom just to pull them away. What you're about to feel is not a fleeting impression. It is the arrival of something I promised long ago. That stirring deep in your chest. That's me. A heat in your hands. That's my power. That calm washing over your thoughts. That's my spirit silencing every lie that tried to lead you away. You asked for change. You've cried for movement. You pleaded for confirmation. And now, I'm not just answering with words, I'm answering with my presence, You're going to feel chains that have been on you for years begin to lose their grip. You'll notice that certain fears that used to dominate your thoughts will suddenly seem powerless. You will feel a shift, not because everything outside you has changed yet, but because something inside you is coming into alignment with my truth. That shift is me taking back territory within your heart that was once occupied by doubt, trauma, and hesitation. This is the moment where your spirit begins to stand tall again. You'll breathe differently. You'll walk with a stillness that confuses the chaos. And it will not be forced. It will be natural, because it's who you were always meant to be. The heaviness you've carried is not permanent. The confusion you've lived in is not your identity. I am replacing it now with clarity, assurance, and vision. Not through hype, but through holy transaction. What I'm doing tonight isn't an event. It's a shift that will shape your future. You won't need to convince yourself of it. You will sense it in your bones. You will know you've crossed a threshold. And even if nothing outside you immediately reflects it, your inner world will never be the same again. Because I start within. I start with the part of you that can't be shaken by external pressure. That's where my shift begins. I'm not giving you a temporary escape. I'm giving you an internal recalibration. This shift will change the way you see your past. It will soften the grip of regret and lift the weight of shame. It will correct your vision for what's ahead. You'll stop chasing validation and start moving in conviction. You'll stop begging for doors and start realizing that I'm the one who holds the keys. This shift isn't about your emotions catching fire for a night. It's about your identity settling into truth that no storm can shake. And I chose tonight, not because it's special on the calendar, but because your spirit is finally ready to carry the change. It's not your perfection that unlocked this. It's your surrender. It's the fact that even when you didn't understand, you stayed. Even when you were tempted to shut your heart, you left it open just enough for me to step in. And now I'm doing what only I can do. I'm shifting the very center of your being. You won't need to try to be someone new. You'll walk out of this night knowing that I already made you new. And it begins with this moment, where I meet you in the mystery and turn your silent prayers into undeniable transformation. Everything up to this point has been building momentum toward this moment, even the seasons that felt stagnant, even the losses that left you questioning your direction. You may not have realized it at the time, but every detour, every delay, every tear-stained night was laying the groundwork for something far beyond your current comprehension. You haven't just been surviving, you've been evolving. And now, here you are, standing right in front of a threshold you were born to cross. This is not just another season, it's a divine turning point. A line in the spiritual sand hath been drawn, and with one step of faith, you transition from all that was into all that is about to be. You are no longer circling old patterns. You are no longer waiting for permission to move forward. I'm not just calling you into something new. I've already prepared it. The scenery is about to shift. You will look back and barely recognize the person who once doubted they would ever make it this far. You are not where you started, and you're not going back. You are on holy ground now, and what's ahead is not built on chance. It's constructed by covenant. I made promises over your life long before you had the language to believe them, and now, those promises are aligning with your present. You are at the edge of fulfillment. What once lived only in your imagination is about to become your reality. And while it may not all be visible just yet, your spirit knows this moment is different. Something has shifted. Something deep and eternal is now within reach. That knowing you feel. That sense that change is not just possible but inevitable. That's not wishful thinking, that's me. That's the whisper of destiny confirming that you have entered the beginning of the greatest unveiling yet. I've held back the fullness until now, not because you were unworthy, but because I was preparing you to carry it well. And now that the time is here, you will find yourself walking in clarity, confidence, and commissioning. No more striving. No more wondering. Just focused forward movement into a story only I could have written. I want you to take this seriously. This is not the time to shrink back. This is not the hour to overthink. This is the moment to believe me boldly, to act with full surrender, and to step over this line with your whole heart. The greatest chapter doesn't mean the easiest, but it will be the most fruitful, the most fulfilling, the most anointed. You won't have to force doors open. They will swing wide as you approach. You won't have to beg for support. I am surrounding you with divine alignment. You won't have to chase opportunity. Purpose will locate you. This chapter comes with a new rhythm, a new language, a new fire. I'm not calling you to repeat old methods. I'm calling you to walk in revelation. What worked before will not be required now, because I am upgrading your grace, stretching your capacity, and increasing your influence. The pages ahead will be marked by miracles, favor, restoration, and acceleration. You will recover time. You will reclaim peace. You will revive joy that was buried beneath discouragement. I am handing you keys, not just for yourself, but for others who are still waiting for someone to unlock the way forward. Your story is about to unlock theirs. Your yes will carry weight beyond your own life. That's why this chapter matters so much. It's not just personal. It's generational. And I trust you with it. That's why I brought you here. That's why you survived what others didn't. Because I needed you for this moment, this threshold, this holy unveiling. Step through, child. What's on the other side of this threshold will not disappoint you. It will astound you. So often you disqualify yourself from my plans because you've assumed I'm looking for someone flawless. You replay your shortcomings, your insecurities, the times you didn't get it right, and you conclude that surely I must be choosing someone else. But you need to understand something deeper. I never required perfection. What I've always desired is a willing heart. I don't partner with pride. I work through surrender. And your willingness, no matter how hesitant it's felt at times, has already stirred heaven in ways you can't fully see. Your yes, even whispered through tears or offered in weakness, is a sound that echoes through generations. When you say yes to me, it doesn't just affect your life. It rewrites what runs through your bloodline. It disrupts curses. It breaks cycles. It builds altars that your children and their children will stand upon. You think you're just trying to get through your own battles, but I'm using your surrender to heal histories and construct legacies. I see your yes when no one else does. I watch you wrestle with doubt, fear, unworthiness, and yet still, you return to the altar of obedience. That matters. It matters more than you know. While others wait for perfect conditions or applause, you've chosen to move forward simply because you trust me. And because of that, I can do more through you than you imagine. My power does not flow through polished performance. It flows through yielded hearts. And tonight, I'm calling you to give me the kind of yes that doesn't wait for certainty. A yes that's costly. A yes that doesn't have the whole picture. A yes that trusts I'll provide what you need when you need it. Because the assignment on your life isn't just about a personal breakthrough. It's about others who are silently waiting for someone to go first. You are the one I chose to pioneer something new in your lineage. The one I called to break out of what bound those before you. The one I anointed to carry light into spaces that have never known freedom. And I didn't choose you because you had it all together. I chose you because even at your lowest, you still looked for me. Even when you failed, you returned to me. Even when you doubted, you kept your heart open. That's the kind of vessel I can fill, and that's why your yes is so powerful. You have no idea what's attached to it. You're saying yes to things you don't even know you'll need yet. You're opening doors that generations behind you will walk through. Your surrender is prophetic. It's not just a decision. It's a declaration to hell that your family's story is changing. I'm not looking for the one who has all the answers. I'm looking for the one who's willing to walk even when the answers haven't come. Your yes will make history in the heavenlies. It will leave a mark that outlives your lifetime. And when the opposition rises, because it will, your yes will still carry power. When people question you, and some will, Your yes will be the reason you remain steady. You are not saying yes to ease. You're saying yes to impact. You're saying yes to authority that has been tried in fire. I have not brought you this far to leave you in limbo. I've brought you here to awaken the fullness of what I placed inside you. And I'm telling you now, it's enough. I will fill the gaps. I will strengthen your hands. I will surround you with what you lack. But what I need from you is your yes. Not later. Not when you feel more capable. Now. Because the momentum that is forming in the Spirit is ready to meet your obedience. And once you release that yes, heaven will respond with acceleration. It will not just change your journey. It will reshape the spiritual inheritance of those coming after you. This moment carries more weight than you can measure. And your yes, it's the key to unlocking it all. The very area of your life where the battle raged most violently, where the enemy tried to wear you down until you gave up, is the same place where I will pour out the strongest measure of my oil. What once brought you to your knees in anguish will soon be the ground where others are delivered through your testimony. You've asked me why certain struggles never seemed to relent, why certain wounds took so long to heal, why some battles returned just when you thought you had overcome. But what you saw as torment, I saw as training. Not because I delight in your pain. I do not. I wept with you in the hidden places. I caught every tear. I listened to the cries no one else heard. But I allowed the pressure not to punish you, but to prepare a depth of anointing that could only be formed through fire. Anointing is not the result of ease. It is pressed from perseverance. It is drawn from the places where your heart stayed soft even while you bled, where your faith refused to die when hope felt distant. The torment tried to break you, but instead it broke the shell around your calling. It exposed what was eternal in you, the part of you that hell could not touch. And that is where my anointing flows. From the ashes of your lowest moments, I will raise up a new authority, one that cannot be manufactured, one that will carry weight when you speak, when you lead, when you intercede. Others will be drawn to the place you once tried to hide. They will come not because of your perfection, but because of the power they sense in your scars. You thought your history would disqualify you, but it's your history that has refined you. The pain became the process, and the process produced oil. Not the kind that fades, but the kind that multiplies. You won't have to force your way into rooms. The fragrance of what you carry will make space for you. I will take what the enemy meant to destroy you and make it the very platform upon which you will release freedom to others. Every place you were tormented, I am turning into a well of healing. Every place where you felt weak, I am filling with new strength. This is not restoration to how things were. This is transformation into what you never imagined possible. The same nights that nearly broke you will now be testimonies that strengthen others in their darkest hour. I will send people to you who are trapped in the very places you once thought you'd never escape, and you will have authority to lead them out, not because of theory, but because you've lived it. You'll carry compassion without compromise. You'll speak truth without pride, because you know what it cost to get here. I anoint those who don't seek the spotlight but who steward their wounds in the secret place with me. And now, I'm pouring out what has been forming in silence. My hand is not only on your story, it is on your scars. They are proof that what tried to kill you failed, and that I was present even in the fire. You are coming out of torment with treasures. You are emerging from pain with purpose. The voices that once tormented your thoughts will be silenced by peace. The fear that once paralyzed you will be replaced by boldness. And the territory that once felt like a battlefield will now become your altar, a place of power, presence, and peace. What you thought was your end is now your beginning. And the oil you carry will not run dry, because it was forged in a place no man saw, but that I always intended to use. Prepare yourself, child. That torment was not wasted. It was the womb of your anointing. And tonight, the oil begins to pour. There are things in your life that once served a purpose but no longer align with where I'm taking you. Some relationships brought comfort in your past season. Some environments felt familiar, Some habits became your safety net. But I am severing every attachment that is interfering with the clarity of what I'm speaking now. You've been praying for breakthrough, for direction, for revelation, but clarity can't flourish where noise reigns. And so, in this holy hour, I am stepping in with a divine hand of separation. This isn't rejection, it's refinement. I'm not taking things away to hurt you. I'm removing what you've outgrown. I'm not punishing you by making things shift. I'm positioning you so you can finally hear me without interference. I don't want my words diluted by voices that don't carry my spirit. I don't want your mind divided by expectations that don't match your purpose. I don't want your hands busy maintaining connections that I never called you to keep. Yes, it will feel uncomfortable. Yes, there may be moments where you feel lonely. But you need to know that loneliness and alignment often walk together for a time. I'm not isolating you. I'm insulating you, building a quiet place where my presence can become your primary influence. The people I am removing aren't bad, but their proximity to your heart was beginning to shape your perspective more than my word. There are patterns in your life, subtle compromises, old behaviors, mentalities you've grown used to, that are gently being uprooted, not because I'm angry, but because I'm preparing to plant something far more fruitful in their place. You cannot carry the weight of your calling while dreading what I'm trying to free you from. I know you've built history with certain people, routines, and ideas, but what lies ahead requires your full attention. This is not about punishment. This is about preservation. I'm preserving your spirit. I'm protecting your sensitivity to my voice. And sometimes, protecting what's inside you means I have to rearrange what's around you. Don't fight the pruning. Don't chase what I've released. Don't mourn the door that closed when you've been praying for the path to open. You can't move forward while holding tightly to what I'm releasing from your grip. Let it go and watch what I put in its place. You've never lost anything that I wasn't willing to replace with something greater. What you perceive as subtraction is actually my strategy for multiplication. You will gain peace. You will gain focus. You will gain spiritual precision. I'm not just removing things, I'm sharpening your vision. You will begin to see the difference between what feeds your soul and what drains your strength. You will start to sense when you're being pulled away from me, even slightly. I'm heightening your discernment because the next season will require quick obedience. I need your ears attuned to my whisper, your heart sensitive to my nudges, your spirit clear of clutter. And that can't happen in a noisy, distracted environment. So trust me with the transitions. Trust me when I say no more to certain eyes. Trust me when I close doors without an explanation. I'm doing it not because I've forgotten you, but because I remember everything I've called you to be. You asked for greater. This is what it looks like. It looks like letting go of what's familiar in exchange for what's fruitful. It looks like losing comfort to gain clarity. It looks like releasing attachment to recover alignment. And child, as you yield, you will begin to sense my voice more clearly than you ever have. You'll hear me in the stillness. You'll feel me in the decisions. You'll recognize me in the silence. I'm not silent. I've just been waiting for the noise to be removed. And tonight, that begins. I'm cleaning the space around your heart so that my words no longer compete with distractions. What's leaving your life now is making room for what heaven is about to deposit. This is the hour of divine alignment. Receive it, and everything else will fall into place. You've wondered why you feel so disconnected, why it seems like people no longer understand you the way they used to, why crowds drain you more than they comfort you, and why even in rooms full of voices, you still feel unheard. But hear me clearly. What you are calling loneliness, I am calling consecration. I've drawn you into this space not to isolate you in pain, but to position you for purpose. Separation is often the prelude to revelation. I'm not keeping you away from others to break you down. I'm pulling you closer to build you up in a way that no public affirmation ever could. There are moments in your journey that require a stripping away of noise, a reduction of surface-level interaction, and a divine drawing inward so you can hear me without filter. What you've been walking through is not neglect. It's sacred separation. I have hidden you for a reason. I have shielded you not only from harm, but from distractions that would have diluted your assignment. You're not being overlooked. You're being developed. You're not forgotten. You're being fortified. And yes, it's hard. Yes, it's quiet. But in the quiet, I am whispering strategy. In the emptiness, I'm pouring identity. In the absence of applause, I'm establishing unshakable truth. I don't need to shout when I've already positioned you close enough to hear the whisper. And that's what this season has done. It has drawn you so near to me that even a breath of my spirit now moves you. Others may not understand the weight you carry, and that's why they couldn't go with you here. I didn't remove them as a rejection of them. I separated you as a protection for what I'm birthing through you. There are things I want to reveal that can only be entrusted to hearts that have been emptied of the need for constant validation. You no longer crave what I never called you to chase. You no longer find joy in what used to satisfy, because I'm transitioning your appetite. The loneliness has created space, and now that space is ready to be filled with glory. Do not mistake your isolation as a sign of my absence. It's the evidence of my hand. I've placed you in a season where I am becoming your closest companion, where your dependence on others is being replaced by a dependence on my presence. This is not just a moment. It's a divine setup for encounters that will reshape your future. I'm pulling you aside the way I did with Moses on the mountain, with Elijah in the cave, with John on the island. Each of them thought they were alone, but it was in that aloneness that I spoke with clarity, power, and vision. And now, I am doing the same with you. This quiet is holy. This emptiness is sacred. It's not evidence of abandonment. It's the soil where intimacy grows. And when you emerge from this space, you will not come out empty. You will come out burning. You will come out carrying answers. You will come out with discernment that can't be taught in crowds. Your voice will carry weight not because you shouted louder, but because you listened deeper. What I'm cultivating in this space will shape everything that follows. And soon, I will begin to bring the right voices back into your life, voices that understand your call, people who don't compete with your oil but help carry it. I'm not just restoring connection. I'm refining it. I'm giving you covenant relationships, not convenient ones. I'm sending those who won't just tolerate your growth, but will water it. But for now, don't rush out of the solitude. Don't run from the silence. I am here, and I am speaking. And when this season ends, you will know me not as a distant figure, but as your closest friend. The one who met you in the lonely place and turned it into the launching place. I have seen what was taken from you, not just the material things, but the moments, the relationships, the innocence, the opportunities that slipped through your fingers while you stood helpless, watching. You didn't deserve the betrayal. You didn't ask for the loss. You never signed up to be stripped in ways that left you feeling exposed and unprotected. And yet it happened. The enemy thought it would break you. He believed that if he could take enough, you'd eventually stop believing I had anything left to give. But you didn't stop trusting. You didn't stop walking. Even when it hurt, you moved forward. And now, I want you to hear this. Nothing that was taken from you will remain in the hands of your enemy. I am restoring it. Not in pieces, but in multiplied form. What you lost in one season, I am returning in a way that will overflow into the next. This is not just about restoration. It's about recompense. You've endured hardship, yes, but you've also maintained integrity. You didn't allow bitterness to corrupt your heart. You didn't seek vengeance, you chose peace. And I have been keeping score. Not to punish your enemy, but to reward your faithfulness. Every tear was counted. Every night you stayed up wondering if things would ever return to how they were. I was already writing a future where what comes next is better than what was taken. You see, I am not a God who simply gives back. I'm the God who repays with increase. I do not return what was stolen in the same condition. I refine it. I upgrade it. I place it back in your life with power, purpose, and permanence. And yes, I will even restore what you didn't know you lost. There were dreams you let go of without realizing, hopes that got buried beneath survival mode. But I remember every single one. I'm resurrecting forgotten desires and breathing new life into ideas you shelved because the pain of believing again felt too risky. But this is not a risk. This is a divine repayment. I'm not just returning what was taken. I'm delivering it on a level you didn't think possible. The enemy may have succeeded in delaying your promise, but he failed in destroying it. And now, what he once held will pass through his hands no longer. I'm reclaiming what is rightfully yours, not through your striving, but through my justice. And when I restore, I don't ask permission. I don't consult those who tried to block your blessing. I simply open the heavens and pour. I release the compensation of heaven into your life, and I don't withhold. But I need you to prepare your heart, not to receive what was, but to embrace what is better. This will not be a nostalgic return to old things. It will be a holy unfolding of new things that satisfy in deeper ways. You will find yourself in rooms you thought you lost access to. You will receive invitations you didn't chase, favor you didn't manipulate, honor you didn't demand. This is what happens when you trust me through the loss. I write a story that the loss cannot erase. And you won't even miss what you thought you couldn't live without, because what I'm releasing will carry such weight, such grace, such increase, that it will feel like you never lost a thing, only traded it for something eternal. You're not just about to be restored. You're about to be redefined. No longer will you wear the labels of what was taken. You will walk in the fullness of what I've given. And every eye that watched you suffer will witness this transformation, not as revenge, but as revelation. They will see what I can do when someone refuses to give up in the middle of the storm. Get ready, child. Open your hands. What was stolen is coming back, and it's bringing interest. You've been standing in what felt like barren soil, pouring out prayer after prayer, investing your heart, your tears, your trust, and still, for a long time, it looked like nothing was happening. You started to question if the seeds you planted ever took root. You began to wonder if your obedience was in vain, if your fasting mattered, if your sacrifice was seen. But I am telling you now, the ground beneath you has not been inactive. It has been swelling. It has been moving in silence. The pressure beneath the surface has been steadily building, and tonight marks the final moment before the breakthrough erupts. The promise has been growing underneath what your eyes could not perceive, and now, the time for unveiling has arrived. What you felt was dormancy was actually divine incubation. I was keeping what I planted safe from premature exposure. I was shielding it from enemy interference, from spiritual sabotage, from being uprooted before its time. That's why it took so long. That's why you felt like you were buried instead of planted. But you were never buried to die, you were buried to rise. And now, as heaven aligns with the timing I set in motion from the beginning, the soil will break, and what I promised will spring forth, fully formed, undeniably mine. The final moments before manifestation are always the hardest. The warfare intensifies. The silence feels louder. The temptation to give up increases. That's how you know the promise is close, because the enemy knows he's about to lose what he never had authority to touch. He's tried to use delay to discourage you. But what he didn't know was that I was using delay to deepen your roots. And now, those roots are ready. You are stronger than you were when you first believed. Your faith hath been tested, refined, strengthened. And because of that, you can carry what's about to emerge. I don't birth something powerful in shallow soil. That's why I dug deep. That's why I stripped back layers. That's why I allowed pressure. So when the breakthrough comes, it doesn't just appear, it stands. It lasts. It produces lasting fruit. Don't be surprised when it all happens quickly now. What took years to prepare will emerge in moments. Sudden opportunities, unexpected favor, divine appointments. It's not random. It's harvest. And it's here. This is not the end of your process. It's the beginning of your public fulfillment. I've been with you in private, walking through every season of invisibility, refining your heart in the unseen spaces. But now, I'm about to make visible what's been stewarded in silence. You won't have to prove yourself. The fruit will speak. The evidence will be undeniable. I am the one who brings seeds to life, and nothing that I have planted in faith will die in the soil. You didn't miss it. You didn't ruin it. It's not too late. In fact, it's perfectly timed. The final crack in the soil is forming, and on the other side of it is the fulfillment you stopped talking about but never stopped hoping for. So don't walk away now. Don't let the weariness of the process rob you of the joy of the promise. Hold your posture. Lift your eyes. Because the ground is moving, and what's about to break through will carry the fragrance of my faithfulness. You'll know it was me. You'll know it wasn't coincidence. You'll know it wasn't luck or chance or timing. You'll know it was my hand all along, working, walking, waiting until your heart was ready to receive what your spirit always believed. Get ready, child. The seed is splitting. The soil is trembling. The breakthrough is about to rise. Right now, in this sacred moment, while everything around you may appear still, my spirit is moving. Not in loud ways, not in dramatic gestures, but in the soft, powerful stillness that precedes divine transformation. I am not far away. I am not watching from a distance. I am hovering, near, present, surrounding you with my presence. I am brooding over the waters of your heart just as I did at the beginning of creation. In that first moment, when the earth was formless and void, my spirit hovered, not because I was unsure, but because I was preparing to speak life. And tonight, I am doing the same over you. You may feel weary, you may feel empty, or even confused about what's next. But I haven't come to ask for more strength from you. I've come to breathe into you what only I can give. The breath of God is not just air, it is power. It is revival. It is the force that raised what was lifeless and gave it form, meaning, and purpose. When I breathe, things that have lain dormant awaken. When I breathe, direction returns where there was only confusion. When I breathe, identity rises where insecurity once ruled. You've been gasping in a world that constantly demands more from you, trying to catch your breath in a cycle of striving and expectations. But I am here now, and I am not asking you to earn my breath. I am freely giving it. Let me breathe new energy into tired dreams. Let me restore the joy that had been depleted through disappointment. Let me fill the empty spaces that no other voice could satisfy. I am not here to visit you. I'm here to inhabit you. I want to rest upon you in a way that changes how you walk, how you speak, how you respond to pressure. You don't need another strategy right now. You need my breath. You don't need another plan. You need the fresh wind of my spirit to fill your lungs and reignite your spirit. So inhale deeply. Inhale grace. Inhale hope. Inhale assurance. Exhale the weight of trying to figure it all out. Exhale the pressure to be perfect. Exhale the fear that you're behind. I've never asked you to run without breath. And tonight, I am releasing something supernatural into your atmosphere. You will feel a difference, not because your circumstances have changed instantly, but because you have. Your inner world will realign. Your spirit will rise. Your posture will shift. I am bringing breath to dry bones. I am reviving what burnout tried to kill. I am whispering clarity where confusion has lived too long. Even now, you may begin to feel it, a warmth, a peace, a weight being lifted. That's not your imagination. That's me. That's my spirit settling upon your heart like dew, softening every hardened place. I'm touching memories you haven't even processed yet. I'm rewiring beliefs that were shaped by wounds, not truth. I'm restoring your ability to believe again, not just in me, but in the fact that I truly dwell in you. My breath is not just for the beginning, it's for every step. and I have never stopped breathing over you. You just became too busy, too burdened, too exhausted to feel it. But tonight, I bring you back to the simplicity of surrender. Just receive. Just rest. Just let me breathe, and everything will change. Not because you earned it, but because you opened yourself to it. And from this night forward, you will move differently. Your words will carry weight. Your word will carry power. Not because of performance, but because my breath is in it. What was dry will now flow. What was blocked will now break open. Because when I breathe, nothing stays the same. I breathed into dust once and formed humanity. And tonight, I'm breathing into your weary frame and calling forth destiny. Breathe me in, child. This is the beginning of a new win. You keep asking me to speak, to show, to reveal once more what I have already made clear. But child, I have not been silent. You have been waiting for a sign more comfortable than obedience. I whispered into your spirit. I stirred your heart. I brought clarity that you quietly dismissed, not because you didn't believe, but because you were afraid of what it would cost. You've asked for another word, another moment of proof, another reassurance that you're hearing me correctly. But deep down, you already know what I've said. The hesitation isn't about hearing, it's about trusting what you heard. I'm not in the business of repeating myself to soothe doubt. I am a God of movement, and my movement requires your response. I gave you insight in the quiet, and now I'm asking for action in the open. You've stood at the crossroads long enough, looking for a sign when I already placed my instruction within you. The faith doesn't wait for comfort. Faith walks in courage when clarity comes. You're not missing direction, you're postponing obedience. But this night is holy, and I'm calling you out of indecision and into divine alignment. When I speak, I don't speak in riddles. I don't hide my will from those who sincerely seek it. I've already revealed more than enough. Now the question is not, have I spoken? The question is, will you obey? You don't need another confirmation. You need to silence the noise of fear, of what-ifs, of imagined failure, and remember what it felt like the first time I touched your heart with that instruction. That moment wasn't emotional hype. It was the weight of my spirit gently placing purpose on your shoulders. I trust you to carry it, but I need you to trust that I meant it. Delay doesn't change what I said. Discomfort doesn't cancel the assignment. The opinions of others don't alter my voice. You are equipped, and the next step is no longer waiting for me to speak. It's waiting for you to respond. I'm not going to force my will upon you. That's not love, that's control, and I'm not interested in controlling you. I'm inviting you into partnership. You asked me to lead you, and I did. But leadership only matters when it's followed. And right now, the miracle you desire isn't locked in the heavens. It's sitting just beyond your willingness to act. You're not too late. You haven't missed it. But the clock is ticking on the opportunity that is uniquely yours. You can either keep waiting for a more convenient time, or you can move now and watch what I've spoken become your reality. And I promise, the moment you step out, the fear that held you will begin to lose power. The hesitation will break under the momentum of obedience. You'll find that I've already gone before you. That the provision is waiting at the place of action, not at the place of delay. You'll see that you were never unqualified, only uncertain, and that certainty is not required for obedience. Only trust. I am faithful to finish what I've started, but I will not finish what you refuse to begin. So begin, even if your knees are shaking. Begin, even if your voice trembles. Begin, even if you don't see how it will all unfold. That is where I meet you, not in hesitation, but in holy risk. And child, you've been prepared for this. You're not stepping into chaos. You're stepping into the fulfillment of a word I already gave. There's no need to delay another day. The answer you've been waiting for is the echo of what I already spoke. And once you act on it, you'll see doors open that no sign could have revealed. Because my voice doesn't return void, but it does require your response. You've spent years learning how to endure. You've learned how to push through pain, how to breathe through disappointment, how to stay standing when everything around you was falling apart. And that mattered. I honored it. I strengthened you when no one else knew how fragile you felt. I covered you when you were close to collapse. I taught you the rhythm of survival. But now, I'm shifting your identity. You are no longer in a season where you have to claw your way through each day. You are stepping into a divine transition where you will no longer live just to endure. You will live to govern what I've entrusted to you. This is not about barely making it anymore. It's about managing what's been placed into your care. The same hands that once trembled will now hold authority. The same heart that once feared loss will now operate in boldness. Because this isn't about just surviving anymore. It's about reigning in what you were always meant to inherit. I didn't raise you up just to escape your past. I raised you to take dominion over the future. I'm shifting your posture from defensive to declarative. You are not fighting to keep what you have. You're preparing to expand into more. But this transition will feel unfamiliar at first. Because when you've lived under pressure for so long, peace can almost feel uncomfortable. When you've gotten used to warfare, it feels unnatural to finally walk in rest. But this is where faith matures, when you no longer brace for impact, but believe for increase. You're not an accident survivor. You're a territory steward. And that means your words matter. Your actions carry weight. Your presence brings order. I've assigned you to environments that were once chaotic, because what I've placed in you is now stronger than what's around you. You used to blend and to avoid conflict. Now I'm calling you to stand out and carry clarity. The places that once intimidated you will now respond to your authority. Not because of arrogance, but because you've been anointed to bring my order where confusion has ruled. But hear me. This shift requires intentionality. You can't carry the habits of survival into the spaces of stewardship. You can't speak from wounds and expect to build with wisdom. I'm healing you, not just to comfort you, but to prepare you for responsibility. There are people who will look to you for direction, and you will guide them, not because you have all the answers, but because you've walked through the refining. You know what it's like to be tested in silence. You know what it feels like to cling to me in uncertainty. That experience has shaped your discernment, and now you are ready to lead, to plant, to build. No more living on edge, afraid of loss. I'm replacing that mindset with one of sonship, of inheritance, of bold stewardship. I'm putting keys in your hands, keys to doors you didn't even know existed, and I'm asking you to use them with honor. This isn't about ego. This is about impact. What I've given you is not just for you. It's for those I've called you to lift. So walk in this new identity. You're not the same person who barely made it through last year. You're not who you were when you first cried out to me. You've grown. You've been refined. You've been entrusted. Now walk like it. Think like it. Pray like it. Lead like it. You are not rebuilding your life from the ruins. You are governing the territory you once wept over. I'm restoring your confidence not in yourself, but in who I formed you to be. From this night on, when you look in the mirror, I want you to stop seeing someone who is barely holding on, and start seeing someone who has been raised up to hold ground. You are no longer just a survivor. You are a steward. And everything changes from here. You've been asking me to intervene, to move, to break through in specific areas of your life. And I've heard every one of those cries. But what you haven't realized is that while you've been asking me to send answers, I've been forming you into one. There are people crying out right now for breakthrough, for peace, for clarity, for hope, and they don't yet know that I've been using your life, your journey, your process, to create the vessel that will bring those very answers. You thought your story was just about your survival, but I've been weaving your past into someone else's future. You thought your pain was personal, but it was prophetic. I'm using what you walked through as preparation, not only for your elevation, but for their deliverance. I allowed you to go through what didn't make sense, so that later, others would encounter your life and finally see me clearly. You were the one I entrusted with a burden, because I knew you wouldn't let it break you. I knew it would bring you to me. And now, after all the refining, after all the secret stretching, I'm sending you back into the world as an answer. Not as someone who has it all figured out, but as someone who carries the residue of redemption. You've been looking around, wondering why you feel out of place in so many spaces. It's because I've been changing your shape to fit the calling, not the culture. The old rooms no longer feel right because you weren't made to sit in them. You were made to shift them. You've asked me to send revival, but I'm starting it in you. You've prayed for healing in families, in communities, in systems, and I've been preparing you to walk into those broken places with a spirit that refuses to be contaminated by what once contaminated them. I'm making you light in places where it's been dark for too long. You don't need a microphone to be my answer. You don't need a stage to carry impact. You don't need a platform to make a difference. All you need is my presence, and you have it. You're not being released into your next just to receive blessings. You're being released to be a blessing. Your story, your scars, your strength, your sensitivity, they are all part of the solution I'm sending. Someone is praying tonight for what's inside of you. They don't know your name yet. They don't know your face. But I do. I'm connecting your steps to their cry. I'm lining up divine appointments that will confirm your calling in ways no title or recognition ever could. You don't have to try to be impressive. You just need to be available. Your authenticity is the oil I will use. The version of you that walks in honesty, in humility, in wholeness, that's the one I'm sending. Don't try to be what you think people want. Be who I've called. That's where the power flows. That's where chains break. That's where atmospheres shift. You're not just entering a new season. You're stepping into a new assignment. And this assignment has nothing to do with visibility, but everything to do with obedience. When you walk into rooms and sense burdens you didn't cause, I'm not asking you to run. I'm asking you to release what I've filled you with. When you meet people whose pain feels familiar, don't dismiss it. I've been preparing you to carry answers with tenderness and truth. You are not just a healed one. You are a healing one. And this is why you had to endure what you did. This is why the wilderness had to go deep. Because I don't just use words, I use lives. I use testimonies wrapped in flesh and bone. And tonight, I want you to know you are one of them. You are not forgotten. You are not disqualified. You are not unprepared. You are the answer I've been shaping in the shadows, and now I'm sending you out with my authority. Go in peace. Go in power. And go knowing this: someone's breakthrough will begin the moment they encounter the overflow of what I've done in you. There's a depth to what I've been doing in your life that goes far beyond what others can see. While many have misread your silence, misunderstood your absence, or questioned your path, I've been taking you through a personal preparation that doesn't require an audience. You've been hidden, not because I wanted to withhold something from you, but because I wanted to deposit something in you. And what I placed inside of you could not be rushed. I've trained your spirit in solitude, not to isolate you, but to instill strength that can't be shaken by applause or opinion. You've learned how to bear weight when no one was watching. You've learned to stand when encouragement was scarce. You've learned to worship when you were bleeding, to praise when the outcome was still uncertain, to pray when your voice trembled. That wasn't just survival, it was spiritual conditioning. I've been developing your inner world so when I release you into the outer assignment, you won't be moved by winds or waves. Public moments are shaped in private spaces. And though the world hasn't seen it yet, you've become a giant in the spirit. You've learned to walk with me through nights that didn't offer clarity. You've stayed close even when you didn't feel me. You've learned that faith isn't always fire. Sometimes it's holding on with nothing left but the memory of my promise. I've allowed you to experience the weight so that when the platform comes, you won't collapse under pressure. What I'm about to place in your hands is not light, it's legacy. It's going to influence more than just your circle. You will touch atmospheres, open eyes, and shift territories. And I had to make sure you could carry it with grace, with humility, and with discernment. That's why I didn't allow certain doors to open early. That's why I closed spaces that seemed ideal. That's why I removed people who seemed supportive, because their presence would have interfered with what I was pouring into your spirit. You couldn't carry this and carry them. You couldn't carry this and still lean on the crutches of comfort. I removed what distracted you so I could anchor you in what would define you. And now, what was once private will begin to flow through you in visible ways. But I need you to remember, this is not for display, it's for impact. I'm not raising you to be admired. I'm positioning you to bring change. You'll walk into rooms with an unseen force backing every word. You'll speak with precision, not because of eloquence, but because of authority birthed in obedience. People will wonder how you carry so much peace, so much clarity, and they won't know the hours you spent with me in silence, learning how to listen when everything else was loud. This authority didn't come cheap. It came through fire, and that fire forged something real. It burned away pride. It revealed truth. It made space for the kind of oil that cannot be manufactured, only received through submission. That's what you've gained. And now, it's time to walk in it. You don't need to promote yourself. The authority you carry will make room for you. Doors will respond to what you carry. Atmospheres will shift because of who goes with you. You're not the same as before, and you're not supposed to be. You've been transformed through the weight. You've been built in the crushing. And what's coming now is not your reward. It's your responsibility. But don't worry, you're ready. I've built you for this moment. What I did in secret has equipped you to stand where others fall, to speak where others are silent, to build what others said couldn't be done. This is what authority looks like. It's not loud. It's not flashy. It's quiet strength. It's holy boldness. It's unwavering clarity. And it's yours now. Not because I'm titled, but because of trust. I trust you to carry what I've placed in you, and the world is about to see why. You looked around and couldn't feel me the way you used to. You tried to pray and the words felt hollow. You opened your heart expecting to be flooded with my presence, and instead, it felt like the heavens were quiet. I know the ache of that silence, the kind that makes you question if you've done something wrong, the kind that tempts you to believe I've moved on without you. But I never left. I never stopped speaking. I simply moved the conversation into a frequency that could only be heard by stillness. The silence wasn't me withholding myself. It was me protecting what I was doing in you from outside interference. Sometimes, when I work the deepest, I do it away from the noise, away from the spotlight, away from the opinions that would confuse what I'm forming. You see, revelation requires space. Transformation requires quiet. Not because I want you to feel abandoned, but because I want you to be able to hear what only the secret place can carry. I've been speaking through the silence, just not in the way you expected. I spoke through that pause you didn't understand. I spoke through that delay that challenged your patience. I spoke through the doors that didn't open, through the relationships that faded, through the long days where nothing seemed to shift. While you saw stillness, I saw structure. While you interpreted absence, I was building alignment. I was silencing distractions, clearing false confirmations, removing voices that masqueraded as support, but would have diluted what I'm calling you to carry next. I've been speaking through the redirection, through the longing that refused to be filled by anything else. And while others continued at their pace, I was inviting you to slow down so I could carve something into you that could only be formed through surrender, not speed. The silence wasn't void, it was sacred. It was me folding layers of strength into your spirit without drawing attention. It was me sealing your identity so that applause would no longer be necessary to affirm your worth. It was me building your discernment so you could sense me beyond emotional highs and predictable patterns. That silence taught you something noise never could, that my presence is not fragile. That even when you couldn't feel me, I was still holding everything together, You've come through a season where you had to trust me without evidence, believe me without the comfort of continual signs. But that faith you develop in the quiet, that's what's going to sustain you in the open. I couldn't allow you to become addicted to constant affirmation. I needed you to be anchored in my word, not your feelings. And now that you've endured the silence, your ears are tuned differently. Your sensitivity is sharper. Your hunger is real. You won't chase noise anymore, you will crave my nearness. You'll recognize my hand in subtle shifts and quiet confirmations. And now, I am lifting the silence. Not because I've changed, but because you have. You're no longer the same person who once panicked when my voice felt distant. You've grown. And now, I can begin to release what I've been preparing. Clarity will come. Direction will unfold. Doors will begin to respond. Not because things have suddenly changed, but because you've been changed. And that was always the point. The silence wasn't punishment, it was positioning. It was training your ears to know my tone even when others missed it. It was making your faith immovable. And now, as the next part of your story begins to unfold, don't forget what you learned in the quiet. That's where your power was shaped. That's where the roots went deep. That's where I became more than a moment. I became your foundation. So when the noise returns, when the doors swing open, when the favor begins to flow, carry the stillness with you. Because you will never need to search for my voice again. You've already heard it in the silence, and now it's time to speak what you learned there. You've been holding back, waiting for all the pieces to appear before you commit, pausing at the edge of obedience, because you think preparation must come before movement. But the way I lead doesn't always make sense at first glance. I don't always hand you everything in advance. Sometimes I release what you need in real time as you step forward in faith. You've prayed for provision, for clarity, for support, for confirmation, but what you don't realize is that it's already been placed along the road I've called you to walk. I don't assign without equipping. I don't command without preparing. I have hidden what you need in the places you've yet to go, and that's why your next step is so critical. If you wait for certainty, you'll miss the timing. If you stand still until it all feels safe, you'll never see the miracles that only manifest in motion. I am calling you out not because you are fully ready in your own eyes, but because I've already gone ahead of you and prepared the exact points of encounter, breakthrough, and replenishment. The well you're asking for won't be visible from a distance, but when you walk toward where I've pointed, you'll see the spring burst forth. Remember how I fed my people in the wilderness, not in advance, but daily, consistently, faithfully. I didn't give them a year's supply of manna. I gave them what they needed when they moved at my word. And I'm doing the same with you. You're not walking blind. You're walking in rhythm with heaven. And every resource, every helper, every confirmation, every opportunity has already been aligned to meet you at the right point along the journey. But you won't see it if you don't take the step. You're waiting for assurance, but I'm waiting for obedience. I'm not asking for blind faith. I'm asking for trusted faith. Faith that moves even when the next foothold hasn't yet appeared. Faith that believes I am too intentional to call you without providing for you. You won't have to beg. You won't have to manipulate or strive. You'll walk, and what was hidden will emerge. You'll knock, and doors will open. You'll speak, and the answer will respond. But none of it will be triggered from standing still. You're not being careless by stepping forward. You're being courageous. And I honor courage. That's where I show up. That's where the wind of my spirit carries you further than your own strength could. Think of how I led Abraham. I told him to go without showing him exactly where. I asked him to walk, and with every mile, I revealed more. You're in the same space now, a holy invitation into movement that makes room for miracles. The safety you're searching for won't come from staying. It will come from knowing I'm already in the place I've called you to go. You've seen how I've been faithful in the past. You've watched me show up just in time. Why would I stop now? Why would I leave you halfway? I don't abandon my builders. I don't forsake my followers, and I surely don't forget my promises. You will not lack what you need. You will not be stranded. You will not be embarrassed. Everything has been timed to your obedience. What looks like risk to others is actually alignment for you. So gather your courage. Yours my faithfulness. And take the step. Not because you see the whole path, but because you know the one who mapped it. And every time you wonder, what if I don't have enough? Remember this, my provision doesn't run ahead of you. It waits for you to arrive. Your faith activates what's been hidden. Your movement unlocks what's been prepared. And this night, if you say yes, the path will no longer be something you just imagine. It will become something you experience. Not with lack, not with fear, but with the evidence of my hand showing up, again and again, just in time. There's a reason things haven't looked the way you expected lately. You felt the stretch, the strain, the inner pull that seems to tug at you from every side. It's not because I'm ignoring your prayers, it's because I'm going beyond them. You asked for relief, and I'm bringing transformation. You asked for breakthrough, and I'm building the structure to sustain it. What you're walking through is not resistance, it's refinement. I'm increasing your capacity, not to burden you, but to make room for what I'm about to place in your hands. You've prayed for blessing, for favor, for elevation, but what many forget is that expansion always comes with stretching. And this is what you've been feeling. It's the sound of your inner foundation being reinforced. It's the echo of old limitations being dismantled. It's the pressure that precedes the outpouring. You weren't made to carry just enough. You were built for overflow. But overflow can't pour into containers that still leak, that still bend under pressure, that still crack under expectation. So before I fill, I strengthen. Before I send increase, I build structure. And that's what I've been doing inside of you. Teaching you to hold what once overwhelmed you. Training your heart to remain steady under what would have once shaken your faith. Yes, it's uncomfortable. Yes, it's unfamiliar. But child, you are growing. You are expanding. And what's ahead will require exactly what I'm producing through this season. You're not being punished. You're being prepared. The pressure isn't a sign that something's wrong. It's a confirmation that something is being made right. I'm enlarging your discernment, so that you don't just walk into doors, you walk into the right ones. I am maturing your emotional resilience, so that favor doesn't crush you. I'm teaching you how to carry influence, without letting it shape your identity. And all of this, every uncomfortable part of this season, is proof that I am answering not just your prayer, but the unspoken longing of your spirit to become all I created you to be. This is deeper than requests. This is about becoming. You will soon realize that the thing you asked for was only a small piece of what I actually had in mind. Because while you were asking me to bless the surface, I was digging into the foundations. I don't build towers on shallow soil. I don't pour purpose into fragile vessels. And you are no longer who you were. Look at how you respond differently now. Look at how you trust me more than you used to. Look at how you hold peace longer, forgive quicker, worship louder even with less certainty. That's growth. That's evidence. That's transformation in motion. And I want you to see what I see. Not just a person crying out for answers, but a vessel I've been refining for something much greater than they first realized. Your capacity is not just about what you can handle, it's about what you can multiply. I'm entrusting you not only to carry the blessing, but to steward it for others. You'll teach, you'll lead, you'll guide, not with ego, but with authority shaped by experience. And it all starts here. Tonight is not just another checkpoint. It's a commissioning. It's the night where I mark your growth and call you into greater. Not louder. Not busier. Greater in depth, in wisdom, in strength, in peace. You'll begin to feel it. The space inside of you widening. The weight of my presence settling in more deeply. The clarity of my voice sharpening beyond confusion. It's what increased capacity feels like. And you would go back. You can't go back. Because what I've shaped in you can't be undone. You're no longer just surviving on answers. You're thriving in alignment. And from this point forward, you'll carry what I pour not with trembling hands, but with steady grace. The expansion is here, and you are ready for it. You've misread this season as one of abandonment, silence, and disconnection, but that couldn't be further from the truth. What felt like isolation was actually intentional placement. What seemed like being forgotten was a divine act of positioning. You weren't buried to be hidden forever. You were planted to grow beyond what your last environment could contain. I've had my hand on you the entire time, covering you, cultivating you, stretching your roots deep beneath the surface where no one else could see. That unseen work was vital. It's what kept you anchored during the storms you didn't anticipate. It's what preserved you when the wind of opinion tried to uproot your confidence. You've questioned why things went quiet, why opportunities didn't open when they should have, why you felt like everyone else was moving forward while you remained still. But I wasn't punishing you. I was preparing you. Just as a seed is placed beneath the soil and left in darkness for a time, so were you held in a season of holy obscurity. Not to stunt your growth, but to strengthen it. Roots grow best where no one can see. Depth develops when light is minimal. And while others saw stillness, I saw stability forming. What was growing inside you couldn't be rushed. The vision I placed in you wasn't meant to sprout too early. It needed maturing. It needed weight. It needed my timing. And now, the conditions are right. The soil has broken. The root system is strong. And it's time for what I've nurtured in secret to emerge in strength. This is your rising season, and it won't look like hype. It will look like health. What comes forth now will last. You won't sprout only to wither. You won't bloom only to bend under pressure. You're coming out of the ground with resilience, with revelation, with results that could only be produced in me. I've stripped away your reliance on external validation so that your growth is no longer tied to who claps or who notices. You will no longer depend on visibility for value, because you found your identity in my presence. You know who you are now. And that's why the rise is safe. If I had allowed you to emerge too early, the spotlight could have scorched what hadn't yet matured. But now, you are different. You've been molded by fire and watered by tears. And what is about to emerge will not just be seen, it will be undeniable. I am raising you not just for visibility, but for impact. What took years to cultivate will manifest quickly. People will say it happened suddenly, but you will know the truth, that it was the result of deep, hidden, quiet faithfulness. Your patience was not wasted. Your hiddenness was not punishment. Your quiet yes in the dark has now qualified you to carry light. You will notice it, how things begin to respond differently to your voice, how doors open without effort, how places that once ignored you now call for you. But don't let the rise distract you. Remember the roots. Stay grounded in me. Stay anchored in the secret place. The fruit will be public, but the strength must remain private. Let your growth continue to be watered by my presence, not applause. I'm entrusting you with visibility because I've seen your integrity in obscurity. And now, I am lifting you up, not for your glory, but for mine. You are the evidence that what's planted in me will never perish, that what grows slowly will endure, that what develops in the dark will shine brighter in the light. So walk boldly, child. The season of rising is here, and everything that held you back before has now served its purpose. You're not emerging the same. You're not just growing, you're becoming. And this becoming will speak louder than any announcement. I've prepared you. I've positioned you. Now rise. It's time. You've stood at the edge of this decision, paralyzed by uncertainty, rehearsing every possible outcome in your mind, afraid to move forward because the road ahead seemed foggy. But child, I need you to understand. I've already gone before you. I've stepped into every tomorrow you've been worrying about. I've walked through every possibility you've imagined and secured the one that brings glory and growth. You couldn't see the full way forward, not because it wasn't ready, but because I needed you to trust me more than your logic. Faith doesn't wait for the full blueprint. It moves when my voice says go. And I have been saying go. Not loudly, not forcefully, but steadily, with every stirring in your spirit, with every restless feeling that told you there was more, with every moment of discomfort that nudged you out of the familiar. Those were my whispers pushing you toward what's already been arranged. I never meant for you to carry the burden of making everything work out. That's my job. I just ask you to move. And while you've been waiting for the green light to flash, I've already turned it on. The path is clear, not in the sense that you see every detail, but in the spirit. I've removed the obstacles, silenced the voices that would have confused you, and cleared the spiritual traffic that delayed you. It's time to move, not cautiously but confidently. You're not walking into chaos. You're stepping into alignment. What once resisted you will now begin to yield. What once seemed like closed doors will begin to swing open without you even knocking. Not because you pushed your way in, but because you walked in time with me. It's how divine timing works. It meets you as you move. Standing still will reveal what I've prepared. But every step you take will uncover more of the path. That uneasy feeling that's lingered, it's not fear. It's the tension between who you've been and who you're becoming. The moment you step forward, the tension will break. You'll find clarity in motion. I'm not asking you to pretend you're not afraid. I'm asking you to trust me enough to move anyway. This road won't be without challenges, but it will be covered in grace. I've assigned angels to walk with you, to protect what you carry, to war on your behalf when resistance arises. And when it does, you'll find your strength is not in avoiding difficulty. It's in knowing who walks with you through it. You won't be alone. You won't be unprepared. You won't be caught off guard. What you've walked through up until now has trained your discernment, toughened your spirit, and deepened your dependence on me. That's why I'm saying you're ready. Not because you feel brave, but because you've been built for this. I'm not asking for perfection in your steps. I'm asking for obedience. If you stumble, I'll steady you. If you falter, I'll catch you. But you must move. You've prayed for answers, and I've given them. You've asked for confirmation, and I've spoken. Now it's time to act. Don't let fear convince you that hesitation is wisdom. Delayed obedience is still disobedient. And this moment, this very night, is too crucial to miss. I'm ushering you into a season that will not look like the last. But you must leave the comfort of the known and step into what's been prepared. Walk like the road is open, because it is. Speak like the promise is unfolding, because it already is. Praise like the outcome is settled, because I've already gone ahead and written victory into your story. All that's left now is for you to believe it. Act like it. Walk like it. This is the moment everything begins to shift, not when you feel ready, but when you finally decide to trust that I am. Let the step match the faith. Let the movement reflect the promise. It's already done, now walk like it. You've worn so many masks for so long, not because you were trying to deceive anyone, but because you were trying to survive. You adjusted to expectations. You conformed to environments. You buried parts of yourself because others didn't understand them, or worse, rejected them. You molded your voice to fit into places where it was never meant to be quiet. You spent energy trying to make yourself smaller so people wouldn't feel uncomfortable around the fullness of who you are. But child, that ends tonight. I am not asking for your polished image. I'm not drawn to your performance. I never fell in love with the version of you that pleased everyone. I chose the you I formed before the world told you who you had to be. And now, I am peeling back the layers. I'm removing the expectations that don't belong. I'm pulling down the walls you built around your heart, the armor you strapped on just to make it through the day. You don't need it anymore. I'm your defense now. I'm your identity now. You were never meant to be defined by roles, labels, past mistakes, or someone else's projection of your worth. You were made in my image, and my image is not fragmented. It is whole. I see the parts of you that are still healing. I see the dreams you've tucked away because someone told you they were too much. I see the fire in you that you've tried to tame so you wouldn't be misunderstood. But I gave you that fire. I gave you those dreams. And I'm calling them back to life. The real you is not inconvenient. The real you is not too emotional, too quiet, too loud, too sensitive, too intense. The real you, the one I created, is powerful, necessary, and exactly right for this moment in time. And I know you've been afraid. I know that somewhere along the way, rejection taught you to hide. But I'm healing that wound now. I'm speaking to the part of you that never felt seen, and I'm saying, I see you. I've always seen you. And I'm not asking you to keep hiding. I'm asking you to rise. The identity I placed in you before time began is not something you need to earn. It's something you need to reclaim. And tonight, I'm restoring it. You don't need to keep striving to be accepted. You are already fully known and fully loved. You don't need to keep proving your worth. I've already called you worthy. Every false layer is falling. Every lie you believe about yourself is being exposed for what it is, a distraction from the truth I've been speaking over you all along. And here's that truth. You are mine. You are chosen. You are strong. You are not behind. You are not broken beyond repair. You are not too late or too little. You are exactly who I say you are, and that will never change. I'm giving you permission to show up fully, not the edited version, not the one who has it all figured out, but the one who trusts me enough to be real. Because the world doesn't need more copies. It needs the authentic you that reflects me in a way no one else can. You don't need to hide your process. You don't need to apologize for the healing still taking place. I'm using every part of your journey, even the ones you tried to forget, to shape a testimony that will set others free. And as I strip away the false identities, don't be afraid of what you see. What remains will be solid, pure, holy. Oh, that's the version of you that's going to walk into doors no one thought would open. That's the version of you that's going to speak and carry weight. That's the version of you that's going to stop striving and start stewarding. This is not reinvention. This is revelation. And I'm revealing the masterpiece I've been shaping all along. Stand tall now, child. The real you is ready. And the world is about to witness the unveiling. The shift you've been praying for isn't coming. It's already begun. But the reason it still feels distant is because your perception hasn't caught up with my reality. You're still seeing through the lens of what was, still interpreting your surroundings based on the struggle, the silence, the long waiting. I understand. It's hard to hope again after so many delays. It's difficult to expect different when the scenery hasn't changed. But listen to me, child. What I do always begins in the spirit before it becomes visible in the natural. You've been waiting for a sign, a sound, a signal. But I need you to believe before you see. Faith is not just for enduring the wait. Faith is what unlocks your ability to recognize that I've already moved. You're not stuck. You're in transition. And transitions often feel like stillness until your perspective shifts. That tension you feel, it's not stagnation. It's transformation. I'm reshaping the way you interpret your surroundings so that you no longer live reacting to your past, but responding to what I've already done. The shift is not on its way, it's here. But I need your mind to come into agreement with what I've spoken, not with what your emotions are reporting. This is why I've been dealing with your thoughts so deeply. This is why I've been confronting the inner narratives that repeat in the background of your mind. Because no matter how much I release over your life, if your vision is still clouded by fear, comparison, disappointment, or unworthiness, you'll talk yourself out of receiving what I'm giving. You'll treat miracles like coincidences. You'll walk past doors I've opened. You'll mislabel answered prayers as lucky breaks, all because you haven't adjusted your perception. So tonight, I'm putting my hand on your eyes. Like I did with the blind man who saw people as trees, I'm touching your sight again. Because partial vision will not be enough for where I'm taking you. I need you to see with full clarity. I need you to perceive what I'm doing with spiritual understanding. This is not just a better season. This is fulfillment. This is alignment. This is acceleration. But none of that matters if you're still filtering everything through the wounds of yesterday. So let me renew your mind. Let me elevate your expectation. Stop bracing for disappointment. Stop rehearsing the past. I'm not repeating cycles. I'm redeeming them. You've grown. You healed. You're not walking into this new place as the person who once settled. You're entering with authority, with perspective sharpened by my spirit, with the awareness to recognize provision when it arrives. And it has arrived. You just need to see it. Look again. That conversation you brushed off as casual, it was a divine connection. That door you thought wasn't for you, it's opening in your favor. That idea that keeps stirring in your heart, it's not random, it's my instruction. But none of these things will make sense until your inner posture aligns with the fact that the shift has already come. This isn't about striving. This is about seeing. When you perceive correctly, you'll stop pleading for what's already been provided. You'll begin to pray differently, speak differently, move differently. Your declarations will carry weight. Your choices will reflect trust. Your atmosphere will begin to align with what your spirit already knows to be true, that I've gone ahead of you, that the change is here, that the new has already begun. You're not waiting on me, I'm waiting on your agreement. So step into this moment with clarity. Adjust your lens. Let go of the old picture. And recognize that what you've been crying out for is already unfolding around you. The shift is not a distant hope. It's a current reality. And it's yours now, if you're willing to see it. There was a time when certain words could break you. A glance, a memory, a delay. It could spiral you into questions and doubt that took days to crawl out of. The enemy knew exactly where to press, what wound to poke, which pattern to trigger. But I'm telling you tonight, that ends now. I am closing the gates of access. The wounds the enemy once used as entry points are being sealed by my hand. I am not simply asking you to toughen up. I am transforming what once tormented you into proof of your healing. What used to pierce you will now pass by without power. That ache that returned every time you were overlooked. I'm healing that void from the root. That insecurity that whispered every time you tried to step forward. I'm replacing it with unshakable confidence rooted in me. You are not going to keep reliving the same cycles, because I'm cutting off what kept them alive. The enemy cannot play with what I've redeemed. He can't manipulate what's been brought into my light. The shadows lose their grip when truth steps in, and I am the truth. What I'm doing in you tonight is not temporary comfort. I'm not soothing the surface. I'm restructuring the foundation. I'm fortifying your inner world so the storms outside don't shake what I've built within. You are no longer at the mercy of your past. You are no longer bound to what someone else did or didn't do. Your healing is not pending, it's present. And from this moment forward, you're going to start noticing the shift. What used to steal your peace won't even cause a ripple. What used to send you into hiding will now reveal how boldly you've grown. Not because of performance, but because of presence, mine, living in you, strengthening what once was broken, anchoring what once was swayed. This is what true freedom looks like, not perfection, but peace. A peace that doesn't waver when questions come. A peace that doesn't depend on who understands you or who validates you. A peace that holds steady, even when circumstances still look uncertain. Because you know, truly know, that you are no longer at the mercy of what tried to crush you. You are standing in a new authority now. Not just talking about healing, but walking in it. And it shows. It shows in how you speak over yourself. It shows in how you carry silence without fear. It shows in how you respond when old things try to show up again, not with panic, but with quiet, grounded clarity that says, "That doesn't belong here anymore. That is what I've built in you." That is the fruit of staying in the process when no one else saw the cost. You didn't quit when it got lonely. You didn't numb yourself when the pain resurfaced. You brought it to me, again and again. And I honored every surrender. I caught every silent cry. I marked every decision you made to choose me over self-preservation. And now, I'm restoring what you thought was permanently damaged. I'm giving you emotional stability where you once walked on eggshells. I'm giving you spiritual clarity where there used to be fog. And I'm giving you mental peace where chaos once lived. You don't have to keep tiptoeing around triggers. They no longer own you. You are free. And not just free but strong. Not just strong but whole. This wholeness is the key to what's next. You're about to enter spaces where that healing becomes a weapon, not for revenge, but for restoration. Others will see your peace and wonder how you found it. And you'll tell them, it wasn't found, it was formed. In fire. In surrender. In the quiet hands of a God who doesn't leave things half-healed. I finish what I start. And tonight, I'm finishing this layer. The wound is closed. The gate is sealed. And you will walk forward, unshaken, unbound, unstoppable. You've looked back so many times, replaying chapters that didn't unfold the way you hoped. Opportunities missed, people who walked away, seasons where you didn't know any better. All of it has weighed heavy on your heart. You've quietly asked, what if I had chosen differently? What if I had seen it sooner? What if I hadn't wasted so much time? But child, listen to me. In my kingdom, nothing is ever wasted when it's placed in my hands. I see time differently than you. What feels like loss to you, I see as preparation. What you call wasted years, I call the years I was laying groundwork. While you were focused on timelines, I was focused on transformation. You don't realize the depth of what I developed in you while you waited, while you wept, while you wondered if anything good could come from what you went through. But I was there, redeeming every moment, gathering every tear, turning what the enemy meant for destruction into the soil of your breakthrough. The years that felt like silence were not fruitless. They were seasons of sowing, of stretching, of breaking down things that couldn't go with you into what's coming next. The delay wasn't denial. It was deep design. And now, I am stepping in as the redeemer of time. What you thought was gone is not only returning, it's returning multiplied. I am restoring relationships in ways that you never thought possible. I am reigniting purpose in places that felt dead. I am returning opportunities that you thought you missed for good. But they are coming back around, and this time, you will be ready. Not anxious, not desperate. Ready. Because the version of you that is emerging now is not the same person who once hesitated, who once doubted their worth, who once needed validation to move forward. You've grown in the dark. You've become anchored through adversity. You've chosen me even when it didn't make sense, and now, that kind of faith is about to be rewarded openly. I want you to know that I don't need perfect circumstances to restore something fully. I just need your surrender. And you've given that, even when it was costly. Even when you didn't understand. Even when it felt like everyone else was moving on and you were stuck. I was with you in that waiting. And now, what I'm bringing won't look like a replay of the past. It will be brand new. It won't come with the weight of regret. It will come with the fragrance of purpose. I will cause you to recover what was lost, but you won't recognize it by its old form. You'll recognize it by how it fits your healed self. It will come with peace, not pressure. It will align with your spirit, not just your emotions. And when it arrives, you'll realize, not a single year was in vain. I will cause the latter to be greater than the former. I will cause doors to open faster than you can knock. I will align people around you who carry what you lacked before. I am making all things new, including the way you see your past. Because the moment you see it through my eyes, shame loses its grip, regret loses its voice, and restoration begins to speak louder. So release the idea that you're too late. Let go of the belief that you missed your window. I'm not limited by time, I created it. And I'm reaching back, gathering every broken piece, every lost moment, and redeeming it into something far more powerful than you imagined. You will not end your story with what could have been. You will finish with the full measure of what I ordained for you from the start. And it begins now. Right here. On this night where you finally realize that I haven't just preserved your future, I've also redeemed your past. You've walked past the answer many times, unaware that what you were asking for was already near. You've prayed for direction, begged for clarity, cried out for a sign, but because your heart was still healing, your vision was clouded, and your focus was scattered, you couldn't see what I had placed right in front of you. But that's changing now. I'm opening your eyes in a new way. Not your natural eyes, your spiritual sight. I'm adjusting your inner lens to detect what used to blend into the background. Where once you only saw struggle, you will now recognize strategy. Where once you saw delay, you'll now discern design. Where once you only noticed the emptiness, you will now perceive the opening. I've been hiding things in plain sight, not to tease you but to protect the timing. Some things are only visible when the heart is ready to handle the truth that comes with it. This is why I had to refine you before I revealed. I had to purify your perspective before I unlocked deeper insight. I had to teach you how to look through my eyes, not your wounds. I had to train you to discern truth even when your emotions said otherwise. And now, because you chose to stay in the process, I can trust you to see what others missed. This next part of your journey won't be about chasing answers. It will be about recognizing what I've already shown you. I'm not adding new pieces to the puzzle. I'm lifting the veil from what was always there. The conversation you thought was random. It was a divine clue. That repeated impression in your spirit. It was me confirming what I've been speaking all along. The opportunity that keeps resurfacing, the pattern that keeps repeating, the face that keeps appearing in your thoughts, none of it is accidental. But now, instead of second-guessing, you'll start connecting. You'll begin to see the layers, the rhythm, the precision. What once felt confusing will now make sense in waves. I'm not just revealing solutions, I'm revealing myself. Because that's what this is truly about, seeing me more clearly. The breakthrough isn't just about getting to the next level, it's about recognizing that I've been walking with you all along, speaking in ways you've only now become quiet enough to hear. The clearer your vision becomes, the louder my presence will feel. And the more you perceive me, the less you'll panic when the next unknown comes. Because you'll remember, I was always closer than you thought. I was in the ordinary moments. I was in the daily patterns. I was in the things you dismissed as too small. I hid the answers there not because I wanted them to be hard to find, but because I wanted you to become someone who could steward what you discovered. Now that you're becoming that person, the curtain is lifting. The map is being unrolled. The insight is flowing. And it won't stop. It will increase. Each step you take will reveal the next. Each act of obedience will illuminate more. You won't have to beg for revelation. You'll become a dwelling place for it. And the clarity that once felt so rare will now become your daily reality. So don't second-guess what you see. If it's laced with peace, if it draws you closer to me, if it requires faith but confirms my character, it's me. And if it stirs discomfort but exposes what's false, that's me too. I'm revealing not just the path forward, but what's been hindering your walk all along. You'll begin to identify subtle compromises. You'll begin to sense the difference between what looks good and what carries my weight. Your perception is becoming sharp, precise, unwavering. This is what discernment feels like when it's birthed from intimacy, not insecurity. And with it, you will not just survive, you will lead. You will build. You will multiply. Because what you now see, you can now steward. And what you steward, I can increase. The hidden have been revealed, and you are ready. You've been surrounded by voices, some external, others internal. Opinions, expectations, criticisms, comparisons, fears. They've layered themselves around your heart like fog around a mountaintop, trying to mute the sound of my voice. The noise has grown so loud at times that you've questioned whether I still speak to you, whether you've somehow drifted too far to hear me clearly. But I was never upset. I've been whispering the whole time. My voice has not faded. Your attention has been diverted. But tonight, I am drawing you back. Not through a shout, not through a spectacle, but through the quiet pull that you feel even now deep in your soul. That stirring, that inner weight that silences every other sound for a moment. That's me, calling your spirit to rise above the chaos, to rise above the noise, to rise above the distractions that have warred for your focus. My whisper has power, more power than any storm around you. I don't compete with the noise. I transcend it, and I'm teaching you to do the same. You were not made to be tossed around by every conflicting voice. You were made to walk in clarity. You were made to hear me in the stillness. That's where your strength is restored. That's where your next steps are formed. And that's why the enemy has tried so hard to keep your mind cluttered. He knows clarity brings confidence. He knows that if you hear me clearly, you'll move boldly. So he's tried to drown out my whisper with fear, confusion, and urgency that doesn't come from me. But child, I'm showing you a better way. You don't have to chase the loudest voice. You don't have to respond to every demand. You just need to tune your ear to me. I've been speaking in the margins of your day, in the quiet moments before sleep, in the silence between your thoughts, in the pauses where your heart still reaches for me even when your words don't. I've been closer than the noise, waiting for you to recognize that stillness isn't absence, it's invitation. And now, I'm giving you a new strategy. Step away from the noise. Not physically, always, but spiritually. Guard your peace like it's sacred, because it is. Silence the voices that speak confusion. Step back from the conversations that stir up unrest. Protect the atmosphere of your spirit, because what I'm about to release in you requires sensitivity. It requires a heart that isn't crowded by every passing opinion. You don't need to have the loudest voice. You need to have the clearest one. And that clarity only comes when you stay close to me. My whisper carries direction. It carries warning. It carries assurance that no volume of chaos can counterfeit. When I whisper, things move in the spirit. When I whisper, chains break before they even surface. When I whisper, I realign your thoughts, recenter your vision, and recalibrate your steps. You don't need to push through the noise. You just need to pause and listen. There will always be noise in the world. But the question is, which voice will you follow? The one that screams for your attention, or the one that speaks quietly, persistently, deeply, calling you into alignment with who you really are? I'm not forcing you to listen. I'm inviting you. I'm inviting you into the deep waters of my presence, where peace isn't dependent on your surroundings but on your sensitivity to me. And as you begin to respond to my whisper more than the world's volume, you will notice the shift. The confusion will fade. The anxiety will quiet. The urgency will give way to steady direction. I am not frantic. I am faithful. And those who listen closely to me learn how to walk with pace, not panic. So come back to the stillness. Find me in the quiet. Don't let the volume of life cause you to miss the voice of your Lord. I'm speaking now, and what I'm whispering will anchor your next steps. The world may never hear it, but you will. And that's enough. Rise above the noise, beloved. My whisper is waiting. You've looked at where you are and quietly asked, do I really have to begin again? The thought of starting over has weighed on your chest like a stone, not because you lack desire, but because the last time you tried, it cost you so much. You poured yourself into places that didn't last. You trusted too quickly. You worked hard, prayed hard, waited long, only to watch it fall apart in your hands. And so now, even as I nudge you to move forward again, the memory of what didn't work whispers doubt. But I am here to silence that voice. You are not starting from zero. You are beginning from wisdom, from strength, from a deeper foundation that wasn't there before. The ashes of what you lost are not useless. They are the soil for what is next. This isn't a restart. It's a resurrection. I have never wasted your process. What felt like a failure was formation. What you called a setback was sacred shaping. I allowed certain things to fall away not to shame you, but to sharpen you. I removed what could not hold the weight of your calling. And yes, you hurt. Yes, it stripped you bare. But it also revealed what's real. It uncovered what can last. And now, you stand on a different kind of ground, not built on naive enthusiasm but on tested faith. This time, you're not moving with shaky hope. You're moving with seasoned trust. You know my voice now in a way you didn't back then. You've learned how to discern what is of me and what only wore the disguise of potential. That wisdom is your foundation. That pain, though it was never my delight, has produced something priceless. Courage refined through truth. You see, fear thrives when you believe that the outcome depends entirely on your ability. But I am the builder. I'm the one laying the framework, the one orchestrating timing, the one guarding your steps. You are not starting over alone. You are moving forward with me. And every lesson you've learned, every bruise you've endured, every time you got up after being knocked down, it's all coming with you. You are not empty-handed. You are carrying a spiritual toolkit now, one that will make the next thing stronger, more fruitful, more protected. You won't fall for the same distractions. You won't hand over your heart so quickly. You won't give your energy to what doesn't bear fruit. Not out of fear, but out of discernment. That's the beauty of starting again with me. The lessons become fuel, not chains. And child, don't compare this new path with the old one. What I'm building now doesn't need to look like what came before. Let go of trying to recreate what was. I'm doing something new, not just externally, but within you. I'm restoring your desire. I'm healing your relationship with hope. I'm teaching you to dream again without flinching. That hesitation you feel is understandable, but it's not permanent. Let me walk you through it. Let me show you that risk in the kingdom is different from risk in the world. When you step with me, it's not gambling, it's trusting. And I reward those who trust me with their next breath. This time, you'll build with peace. You'll move without panic. You'll plant without needing to see immediate harvest, because you will know I'm in the process. You'll look back one day not with regret, but with reverence, knowing that what was meant to break you actually became the launchpad for your breakthrough. You are not behind. You are not too late. You are not disqualified. You are precisely where I've prepared you to begin again, not from scratch, but from strength. So take the step. Write again. Speak again. Love again. Build again. And do it with the knowing that I've gone before you, and nothing from your past season was wasted. This time, it's different. This time, it's me, and you're ready. You've been moving through a season where decisions felt heavy, and direction seemed elusive. You've tried to listen, tried to fast, tried to sit in silence, and yet clarity felt just beyond your grasp, like a thread you couldn't quite hold on to. You kept questioning, is it you or just my thoughts? You've second-guessed your instincts. You've gone in circles wondering if you missed something. But tonight, I'm shifting that. I'm lifting the fog that has lingered over your spirit, and I'm releasing a wave of clarity that will silence the confusion. This is not just a moment of insight. It's a supernatural unveiling. You are about to see clearly what I've been trying to show you all along. The delay in clarity wasn't a punishment, it was protection. I wasn't keeping answers from you to test your patience. I was giving your spirit time to grow strong enough to receive what you were asking for. Some answers carry weight. Some directions require spiritual stamina. I didn't want you to step into something you couldn't yet sustain. That's why I slowed things down. That's why I let you wrestle a little longer. Because through that wrestling, your discernment was being sharpened. Through the silence, your dependency on me was being solidified. You learned how to search my word, how to sit with me without needing immediate response, how to trust me in the dark. And now, because your heart is ready, I'm bringing light to what was blurry. Not just a little light, full, radiant clarity. Like floodlights piercing through the fog, I'm illuminating your path. You will begin to feel it, a sense of peace returning to your choices. A deep knowing replacing the swirling questions. The moment you align with my voice, the indecision will begin to break. I don't bring confusion. I don't lead with pressure. When it's me, it may stretch you, but it will never torment you. And some of what you thought was confusion wasn't spiritual warfare, it was your spirit outgrowing an old way of thinking. It was me shaking loose the mindsets that no longer fit the calling on your life. You're not confused. You're evolving. And now that the shifting has settled, you're about to walk in a clarity that's unmistakable. You won't have to force doors open. I'll highlight the ones I've prepared. You won't have to guess who is for you. I will reveal hearts and motives. You won't have to agonize over every decision, because my peace will serve as your compass. You've asked me for signs, for dreams, for visions, and while I use those, the greatest clarity I give comes from intimacy. The closer you get to me, the clearer everything else becomes. And that's what I'm rewarding, your pursuit of me, not just my answers. You sought my face, not just my hand. And now I will give you both. This next season will not be led by guesswork. You will not wander through fog. I am giving you the kind of discernment that will make others pause. You'll walk into situations and know what's not being said. You'll hear conversations and sense what's behind the words. You'll be drawn to opportunities others overlook because you will be guided by revelation, not appearances. That's what happens when I clear the fog. That's what happens when I trust you with deeper sight. So take a deep breath. Stop overanalyzing. Stop rehearsing worst-case scenarios. You are not lost. You are not behind. You are not without direction. You're exactly where you need to be for the clarity I'm releasing to take root. It's going to come quickly now. Suddenly, what seems scattered will connect. The pieces will fall into place. And when they do, you'll know, not because it all makes logical sense, but because your spirit will finally exhale. That exhale is your confirmation. That peace is your permission to move. You don't need every detail to take the next step. You just need to follow where the light is landing. I'm lifting the fog. Clarity is here. Step forward with confidence. I'm guiding you. You've been holding so much, more than you even realize. Quiet pressure, silent expectations, invisible burdens wrapped in smiles and responsibilities. You've told yourself, I'm fine, but deep down, you've been stretched thin, carrying things that were never assigned to your spirit. And I see it. I see how you've tried to stay strong for everyone else. I see the mental battles that never make it to your lips, but exhaust you behind closed doors. I see the way you lie awake, playing out scenarios, trying to plan for things I never asked you to fix. You weren't made to hold it all. You were made to surrender. And tonight, I'm not just inviting you to release the weight, I'm requiring it. Because what I've placed ahead of you cannot be carried while you're still grasping what you were never built to bear. You've picked up burdens along the way, some out of love, others out of fear, many from false responsibility. You've believed that if you don't carry it, everything will fall apart. But child, I am God, not you. I hold the world, not on your shoulders, but on mine. I never intended for your soul to live under pressure that suffocates your joy, your vision, your rest. I did not call you to live weary as your default. The tiredness in your bones is not a sign of weakness. It's a signal that you've been functioning in a role I never gave you. And tonight, I am offering a divine exchange, your heaviness for my help, your anxiety for my assurance, your striving for my sustaining grace. Lay it down. The outcome you've been trying to control, the people you've been trying to save, the timing you've been trying to force. I know you meant well. I know your heart is tender, that your intentions are pure. But good intentions don't make impossible loads holy. Just because it matters to you doesn't mean you must carry it alone. I am your father. I care about what concerns you, deeply. I'm not ignoring the things that make your chest tighten. I'm not blind to the pressures building inside your thoughts. I'm simply asking you to hand them over. Place them in my hands, not because you've figured them out, but because you trust that I will. I have the wisdom, the strength, and the timing you need. But I can't fill hands that are already full. Let go. Release. Unclench your fists, and make room for my peace. This is not just about temporary relief, it's about long-term freedom. I'm not giving you a one-night break, I'm offering a lifestyle shift. A way of walking where you no longer live under the weight of trying to be everything for everyone. I'm not asking for performance. I'm asking for partnership. And partnership means shared load. Let me carry what's too heavy. Let me hold what's been hurting you. That's what I do. I carry my children. I carry their pain. I carry their dreams. I carry their in-between seasons when clarity hasn't come and peace feels delayed. And I carry you, not with frustration but with joy. You are not a burden to me. The burdens you carry are. So breathe, child. Inhale grace. Exhale prelude. Inhale trust. Exhale control. Inhale presence. Exhale credence. You don't need to have all the answers. You just need to know who does. And that's me. I'm here, ready to take what's been breaking you down and replace it with rest that restores. Not a nam, not a pause, but deep, soul-level rest that reintroduces you to yourself. Not the exhausted version, but the one I created. The one who is free to enjoy, to breathe, to build without being buried under the fear of failure. I'm lifting the weight now. Even as you read this, I'm shifting it. You'll feel lighter not because your life changed in an instant, but because you finally handed me what was never yours to hold. And now, watch what I do with it. There are things that should have come to you by now, doors that stayed closed even though you knocked, resources that seemed just out of reach, answers that never came when you needed them most. And I know how deeply you questioned yourself in the process. You wondered if you prayed wrong, if you missed the moment, if you lacked the faith to bring it forth. You carried disappointment quietly, often masking it with busyness or distraction, trying to move on while still feeling like something sacred was withheld from you. But child, what you didn't see was what I was protecting. What you couldn't feel was what I was preparing. And tonight, I want you to know, the season of resistance is ending. What's been locked up is being commanded to let go. You need to understand something vital. Resistance doesn't always mean denial. Sometimes it means timing. Sometimes it means unseen warfare. Sometimes it's my way of keeping you from receiving something too soon, before the weight of it could be safely stewarded. But now, the delay has served its purpose. Now, I've aligned things behind the scenes. And now, the barriers that once stood like mountains are being flattened at my word. You won't have to push like you did before. You won't have to fight just to maintain ground. What used to take years will now happen in moments. Not because you forced it, but because I've released it. This release is not just about material things, though yes, some tangible blessings are about to manifest. It's about access, spiritual access, emotional freedom, mental clarity, creative flow, open relationships, strategic connections. You've been kept out of places where your voice needed to be heard, But now I'm turning the ears of influence toward you. You've been shut out of opportunities that you were qualified for, but now I'm placing your name on the hearts of decision makers. You've been blocked from dreams that seemed to slip further away the more you pursued them, but now I'm shifting the winds in your direction. It's not magic, it's divine momentum. I'm commanding the atmosphere to cooperate with your calling. I'm instructing what once ignored you to now make room. This is not just breakthrough, it's divine compensation. I'm causing the land to yield. I'm causing hearts to soften. I'm causing the resistance to give way, not slowly, but suddenly. And it's going to feel strange at first. You're used to having to fight for everything. You're used to delay, to detour, to disappointment. But don't let the sudden ease make you suspicious. Let it make you grateful. This is what answered prayer looks like. This is what obedience births. This is what it means when I say, I will repay. And when the release comes, because it will, I need you to recognize it. Don't let fear talk you out of receiving what's finally arriving. Don't shrink back, thinking you're not ready. Don't question whether it's too good to be true. You've been prepared. You've been tested. You've been proven. And this release is not a reward for perfection. It's the manifestation of alignment. You chose me even when it cost you. You trusted me when it didn't make sense. You stayed faithful when others walked away. And now, heaven is responding to that history. I'm unlocking things that were bound for years. In your life, your family, your bloodline. This release isn't small, it's generational. It will ripple into places you've never been and bless people you've never met. So get ready. The resistance is breaking. What was held back is being released. And when it comes, it will come fast, so walk in expectation, not anxiety. You won't need to strive to hold it together. I've already sustained it. Just step into it. Praise like it's already done. Speak like the door has already opened. Think like you've already crossed into the land. Because what resisted you yesterday has no choice but to release you now, by the power of my voice. You're about to walk into rooms that were once closed to you. Not because you knocked louder, not because you knew the right people, but because I have gone before you. The access you are about to receive isn't earned by your effort. It is granted by my hand. What once rejected you, ignored you, or overlooked your value is now being instructed to make room. You have wondered, why didn't it open before? And I tell you now, because the favor required had not yet reached full maturity. But tonight, that season changes. What I placed inside of you, the anointing you carry, the message you've held in your spirit, it is time for it to find its platform. I have already spoken your name in places where you have yet to stand. I have whispered your identity into ears that didn't even know they were listening. And now, I am positioning you for visibility, not for pride, but for purpose. This is not about exposure for exposure's sake. It's about kingdom alignment. I'm not sending you to be seen. I'm sending you to shift atmospheres. You're not being elevated to entertain. You're being raised to influence. And the favor that is falling on your life in this hour is not small. It will open doors without resumes. It will unlock yeses where there was no logical reason to expect approval. It will bring your name into discussions where you weren't even present. That's what favor does. It goes beyond explanation. It bypasses rules. It overrides resistance. But make no mistake, this isn't accidental. It's been timed to perfection. While you were waiting, I was working. While you were preparing in private, I was paving the way in places you hadn't even imagined. And I need you to understand, this positioning isn't the result of striving, it's the fruit of surrender. You chose to stay low when you could have fought for attention. You chose integrity over ambition. You chose stillness when your flesh wanted to rush. And now, because you let me be your defender, I am becoming your promoter. I'm placing you where the old version of you could not have stood. Not because you're flawless, but because you're yielded. Your heart is pure. Your motive is clean. You no longer crave validation from man. You are grounded in my approval. That's why the platform is safe now. That's why the increase won't crush you. I can trust you not to idolize what I'm about to open. So as these doors begin to swing wide, don't be surprised when favor finds you in the most unexpected ways. Don't be surprised when opportunities chase you instead of you chasing them. Don't be surprised when people you've never met affirm the very things I've told you in private. This isn't coincidence. It's confirmation. It's me showing you that I have not forgotten a single detail of what I promised. I'm faithful to perform it, and now I'm fulfilling it. But hear me clearly. With favor comes responsibility. You must carry this access with reverence. You must walk through these doors not with entitlement, but with humility. Let my spirit remain louder than the applause. Let my voice stay stronger than the pull of popularity. Favor will give you access, but only my presence will give you authority. Stay close to me. Don't lose the secret place while stepping into the public one. Don't confuse momentum for maturity. The spotlight will not sustain you, but intimacy will. And I am not just looking for those who can stand before men. I'm looking for those who know how to kneel before me. This is your moment, and it's sacred. You are being positioned not because of who you know, but because you've known me. And I will make sure that what I start in favor is fulfilled in fruit. You don't need to push your way in. Favor is pulling you forward now. Just follow me through the doors, and watch what I do through you once you're inside. There are things in your life you quietly gave up on, not because you stopped caring, but because you became too tired to keep hoping. You stopped talking about it. You stopped praying as boldly. You stopped checking for updates, because the silence had grown too long. Deep down, you wondered if it was gone forever. The relationship, the calling, the dream, the part of yourself that used to believe so easily. You told yourself, maybe that's just not for me. But I never removed it from my plan. I never discarded what I placed in your heart. And tonight, I want you to know, I am rebuilding it. Not on the shaky foundation of what it used to be, but on the solid ground of what I have formed in you since. You thought it was over, but I was just getting started. You assumed the delay meant denial, but I was allowing the old structure to be torn down so that what comes next would not collapse under pressure. I watched as pieces of your expectations fell. I watched as what you built with your own strength came undone. Not because I didn't care, but because I care too much to let you build on what wasn't meant to last. What's coming now will not resemble the ruins you walked through. It will not carry the same instability, the same fragility, the same dependence on things that weren't rooted in me. I am laying a new foundation, one that cannot be shaken. This rebuild isn't just external. It starts in your inner world. I'm restoring your belief in joy without sorrow lurking behind it. I'm reawakening your ability to trust again, not naively, but with discernment. I'm healing your view of hope, so that it no longer feels dangerous. You've been through enough to know what doesn't work, and now I'm showing you what happens when I build. When I lay the cornerstone, everything aligns. The timing, the people, the opportunities, the resources. It all comes together in a way you could never orchestrate. You will no longer have to prop things up with your own hands. You will no longer need to exhaust yourself holding together what was never stable. This will be different, because I am doing it, and I need you to prepare your heart, because the very things you buried in resignation are about to come alive. You thought it was too late, but you're about to see me move in ways that make time irrelevant. I can accelerate what would have taken a lifetime. I can bring beauty out of what you call broken beyond use. I don't need perfect conditions to restore. I just need your surrender. And you've given that. You stayed soft when you could have grown bitter. You kept showing up even when disappointment tried to shut your spirit down. That posture has made room for my hand. And now I will rebuild what you gave up on. not for nostalgia's sake, but because the promise still stands. This rebuild will not come with striving, it will come with strategy. I will give you instructions that don't make sense to your natural mind, but your spirit will know. I will align things so precisely, it will humble you. You'll know it wasn't you. You'll know it wasn't chance. You'll know it was me, faithful, patient, present. I didn't let you lose it to punish you. I let it fall so you'd never again settle for what couldn't sustain you. And now, I'm giving you something better. Something durable. Something tested. Something real. So lift your eyes. Pick up your tools. Dust off the dream. We're building again. And this time, it will last. The walls won't crack. The roof won't cave in. The foundation won't crumble. Because this time, it's not based on fear. It's based on faith. And where faith lays the framework, my presence fills the space. What's coming will not be temporary. It will stand, because I am the one building it, and I never fail. You've spent too much time questioning whether you're enough, second-guessing your voice, shrinking your vision, adjusting your light to make others comfortable. You've dimmed down dreams I gave you just to avoid confrontation. You played small because boldness once brought rejection. You've held back your full expression out of fear that your authenticity would be misunderstood. And I know why. I know what was said to you. I know how deeply it wounded your perception of self. I know how you internalized those moments and began to see your gifts not as divine deposits but as potential problems. But that mindset is ending. Right now. And because I'm not just calling you to believe in yourself, I'm calling you to believe in me inside of you. That's the shift. Confidence that doesn't come from your qualifications or track record, but from my spirit dwelling within you. I'm not trying to make you arrogant. I'm awakening holy assurance. Not a pride that boasts, but a posture that refuses to back down when I've already said, go. You've waited for permission from others who were never meant to validate your assignment. You've paused your forward movement waiting on applause from people who never saw the vision I placed in you. But I was never looking for their approval. I was shaping your alignment. I've been training you to hear my voice above every other. And now I'm unlocking that confidence. Not the counterfeit kind that performs, but the deep, steady kind that remains when things get quiet. The kind that endures rejection without losing joy. The kind that walks into a room without needing to dominate, but still commands spiritual authority. The kind that isn't loud but is unmistakably anchored. This confidence will not make you puffed up, it will make you immovable. When lies try to creep back in, they'll hit a wall of truth you've built through intimacy with me. You'll stop asking, am I too much? And start declaring, I am made for this. Not from ego but from revelation. Because you'll finally see what I've always seen. A chosen one, an equipped vessel, a deeply loved child who no longer has to chase what's already been spoken. There will be moments where the old you tries to rise, the version that over-explained, that apologized for being bold, that diluted the message to make sure everyone stayed comfortable. But this new confidence will silence that urge. You will learn the discipline of staying rooted in identity, not in response to how others react. You won't need to explain what I've already affirmed. You won't wait for consensus before moving in conviction. You will walk with wisdom and humility, but also with fire. And when they ask, who gave you the right? You will smile, not out of defiance, but out of peace, because you'll know, I did. This is the confidence that will shift atmospheres. It will not only change how you move, it will change how others receive you. People will sense something different, not forced, but full. Not performance, but presence. They will feel the clarity in your voice, the peace in your steps, the power in your stillness. And they'll know it didn't come from a self-help book, it came from the secret place. It came from being broken and rebuilt. From being overlooked but never forsaken. From being hidden, not because you were unworthy, but because I was developing something weighty. To walk boldly, Lift your head. Speak when I tell you. Move when I lead you. Don't shrink. Don't hesitate. Don't wait for a second vote. I've already cast my yes over you, and that yes holds more power than every no you've ever heard. From this night forward, I am clothing you in unshakable confidence, and not even the enemy will be able to touch it, because it's not built on your name. It's built on mine. There are patterns that have lingered too long in your life, habits, relationships, thoughts, and behaviors that once brought security but now stifle your growth. You've held on to some things not because they bless you, but because they are familiar. You've tolerated atmospheres that drain your spirit because you learned how to survive in dysfunction. You've told yourself, it's not that bad, but you've known deep down that you were built for more. You've silenced the warning signs because change felt risky. But I can't let you stay in cycles that limit you. I love you too much to let you keep circling deserts when I've already prepared your promised land. Tonight I am drawing a line. I am identifying the subtle patterns that have kept you small, not by force, but by false comfort. That voice that tells you, just stay quiet to keep the peace, is not peace, it's fear dressed in familiarity. That daily rhythm that leaves you spiritually dry but emotionally numb isn't rest, it's avoidance. That person who once inspired you but now manipulates you isn't mentoring you. They're mirroring your old mindset back at you. And I'm stepping into all of it now with clarity. I'm shining light on what you've learned to ignore. Not to shame you, but to wake you. Because the future I've written for you requires the courage to leave what's been normal. You've normalized spiritual fatigue. You've accepted emotional weight as your default. You've worn survival like armor, and though it once served you, it no longer fits. It's heavy now. It's loud now. And I'm making you uncomfortable in places where you used to feel hidden. Not to confuse you, but to prepare you. Because where you're going, you can't afford to carry dead cycles. You can't mix old wine into new wineskins. You can't embrace freedom while keeping one foot in fear. And so I'm bringing things to the surface. You may feel a holy unrest. That's me. You may feel sudden distance from people who used to be close. That's me. You may find yourself grieving things that aren't gone yet. That's also me. Because I'm moving you forward, and the ache is proof that you're being stretched. Don't fight this separation. Don't romanticize what I've called you out from. Just because something brought you through one season doesn't mean it's meant to follow you into the next. Some connections were only for construction. Some seasons were only for training. Some patterns were only meant to reveal what you needed to unlearn. And now, the time has come to break the loop. You won't spend another year repeating what you were called to break. You won't spend another month walking in circles and calling it endurance. I'm not calling you to survive what you were meant to overthrow. And here's what you need to know. When I separate, I also supply. I don't just call you out of a cycle, I call you into something higher. And I provide everything you need for the journey. I will send new alignments. I will stir fresh passion. I will open doors that affirm your decision to step forward. You will not lack, emotionally, spiritually, or practically. But you must release the grip you have on what's familiar. You cannot carry destiny and cling to comfort at the same time. One must give. So here is your invitation. Rise. Rise above the thought patterns that told you to settle. Rise above the insecurity that made you shrink. Rise above the systems that celebrated your silence but couldn't handle your strength. Rise into the new rhythm I'm setting. One marked by peace, not people-pleasing. By clarity, not confusion. By movement, not maintenance. This isn't rebellion. It's realignment. You're not walking away from purpose. You're walking into it. And everything that is not rooted in truth will fall away. Let it. Trust me with the empty spaces, and I will fill them with abundance. The cycle is breaking. A shift has come. Now rise. There has always been courage inside you, not the loud kind that shouts in every room, but the rooted kind that refuses to back down when I've spoken. That boldness hasn't disappeared. It's been buried beneath layers of fear, rejection, failure, and the weight of disappointment. Each time you were misunderstood, you dimmed it. Each time your passion was labeled too much, you tucked it away. Each time your obedience didn't produce immediate fruit, you questioned if your boldness was foolishness in disguise. But I never told you to shrink. I never asked you to settle into safe zones where your spirit withered in silence. I called you to roar, not in arrogance, but in truth. And tonight, I'm stirring it again. The boldness is rising. This isn't about becoming someone new. It's about reclaiming who I always knew you were. You've been operating in survival mode for too long. You've played roles to fit spaces that weren't built to contain your purpose. You've mastered the art of blending in, of speaking softly when your spirit wanted to roar, of nodding in agreement when my spirit inside you stirred in resistance. But you can't do that anymore. Not where I'm taking you. The future I've assigned to you requires your voice, your conviction, your truth to stand unshaken. I'm not asking for perfection. I'm asking for posture. A posture of obedience. A posture of spiritual courage. A posture that says, even if I'm afraid, I will not back down. I'm giving you strength not just to stand for yourself, but to stand for others. There are places where your boldness will break chains off people who are too scared to speak. There are atmospheres waiting for your voice, not because it's louder than anyone else's, but because it carries my breath. When you speak from the place of encounter, your words carry authority. That's why I've taken you through the fire, not to destroy your voice, but to purify it. So when you rise to speak now, there will be no residue of ego, no trace of performance, only power, holy, weighty, unmistakable. And I know what you're thinking. What if they don't receive it? What if I'm rejected again? Let me deal with that. Obedience is your responsibility. Outcome is mine. You are not responsible for who listens. You are responsible for saying what I place in your spirit. If I tell you to speak, speak. If I tell you to move, move. If I tell you to release it, let it go. This boldness will not always be loud. Sometimes it will be stillness in a storm. Sometimes it will be silence when others expect you to defend yourself. Sometimes it will be the act of walking away, trusting that I'm your vindication. But in all things, your boldness must be anchored in me. Not in applause, not in consensus, but in presence. You will feel it happening. The stirring. The trembling in your chest when it's time to step forward. That's not anxiety. That's activation. I am activating what has been dormant. I am releasing what has been restrained. You are not timid. You've just been tired. But I'm renewing your strength like the eagle. You will rise and not grow weary. You will speak and not stutter in your spirit. You will confront what once intimidated you. And you will do it with love, with truth, with unwavering grace. This is your moment to stop hiding behind hesitation. The season of whispering when you were made to declare is over. I didn't give you a spirit of fear. I gave you power, love, and a sound mind. So step forward. Let them see what I've done in you. Let the enemy tremble at the sight of the one he tried to silence standing again with fire in their eyes. You are not backing down. You are not shrinking. You are stepping into holy boldness. And everything is about to shift. Not because you're louder, but because you're finally free. There was a time when pressure didn't shake you like it does now. A time when you could sit still even when life spun wildly around you. Not because everything was perfect, but because you knew how to anchor your soul in me. Somewhere along the way, amidst the noise, the demands, the expectations, the constant battles, that sense of inner peace started to fade. You didn't mean to lose it. You didn't even notice at first. But little by little, the pressures of the world chipped away at your stillness. And now you find yourself reacting when you used to rest, worrying when you used to worship, rushing when you once waited. But child, that peace was never meant to leave you, and tonight, I'm restoring it. You see, my peace is not a fragile emotion. It's not a luxury for days when everything goes right. My peace is a weapon. It is a shield. It is an environment for clarity, and clarity is what silences chaos. I am not promising a life free of pressure. I am giving you the posture to carry peace inside the pressure. You don't have to wait for the storm to stop to feel calm. You just need to remember who calms the storm. That's what I'm reminding you of tonight. You haven't lost your peace. It's just been buried under layers of noise. And I'm gently peeling those layers away. You don't have to earn this peace. You don't have to perform to keep it. It's not a reward, it's a promise. A gift I gave you when I called you mine. But in order for you to walk in it again, you must first make the decision to stop entertaining the lies that war against it. The lie that says it's all on you. The lie that tells you you're behind. The lie that whispers something terrible is always about to happen. I never authored those thoughts. I never designed fear to be your teacher. I've always spoken peace. Even when my words came as correction, they carried comfort. And that's what I'm doing now. Comforting what's been trembling inside you. You don't need the world to slow down for you to breathe again. You just need to realign with my presence. That's where your breath returns. That's where your focus settles. That's where your strength is renewed. And it's closer than you think. One whisper of my name, and the atmosphere shifts. One moment of surrender, and the weight lifts. I'm not far. I'm not waiting for you to figure everything out. I'm right here, reminding you of what you've always carried. There is a version of you who knows how to walk through fire without smelling like smoke. There is a version of you who can discern truth even when voices are loud. There is a version of you who doesn't flinch when opposition rises. That version of you is coming back. Not a performance, not a mask, but a grounded, peace-rooted posture that no pressure can move. I'm reintroducing you to that strength. I'm awakening that stillness. I'm reviving that peace. And this time, you won't misplace it again, because now you know what it's worth. You know what it costs to live without it. You know how much time anxiety steals, how many sleepless nights fear demands, and you're done trading your inheritance for survival. So take this peace. Wear it like armor. Speak it into your space. Let it wrap around your thoughts like a soft shield. Let it enter rooms before you do. Let it decide your responses. Let it guide your pace. This peace will mark you in this next season. People won't understand how you're so steady, and that's the point. It will testify of me. It will reveal who you belong to. So breathe again, child. Let the pressure be real, but let my peace be louder. You were never meant to carry it all. You were meant to carry me. And I am peace. And I am here. And I am enough. You remember what it felt like. The situation, the struggle, the voice, the memory that used to shrink your spirit and leave you feeling helpless. There were moments when you stood face to face with something that made you feel smaller, unseen, unheard, and unsure. And because you didn't know yet what I had placed inside of you, you believed you had no choice but to endure it silently. You allowed fear to sit at your table. You gave anxiety the final word. You tolerated things not because you agreed with them, but because you didn't realize the authority I'd already given you. But that was then. This is now. And tonight, I declare over you, no more. What once intimidated you will now recognize the authority you walk in. What used to silence your confidence will now encounter a voice that knows its source, and that source is me. This is not false strength I'm giving you. This is not a temporary high that fades when circumstances shift. This is kingdom authority. Quiet, immovable, deeply rooted in the knowledge of who you are and who stands behind you. This is the kind of boldness that doesn't need to announce itself, because the atmosphere shifts the moment you show up. It's the kind of strength that doesn't depend on volume but on truth. The kind that knows when to speak, when to stand still, when to walk away, and when to step in with conviction. And it doesn't come from titles. credentials, or applause. It comes from time spent with me, learning that my power is perfected not in your pride, but in your surrender. You've wondered, will I ever stop feeling afraid in these moments? But fear isn't your master, it's your signal. It's the alarm that tells you you're standing on ground you were meant to reclaim. And now, you will not retreat from that ground. You will occupy it. The enemy tried to wear you out with the same intimidation tactics, the same voices, the same shadows. But now your response is different. You're no longer reacting, you're reigning. Not in arrogance, but in spiritual posture. You're standing not in your own strength, but in the identity I've affirmed over you again and again. Let me remind you, you are not fragile. You are not at the mercy of moods, memories, or manipulation. I've placed authority in your hands, not to dominate people, but to dismantle darkness. You carry light, and darkness doesn't argue with light. It flees. You don't need to out-debate the entity. You don't need to match the volume of what comes against you. You just need to stand firm. Declare my word. Lean into my voice when the others start rising. That's how you war now, from a place of rest, not panic. From a place of dominion, not desperation. And yes, there will be moments when intimidation tries to creep back in. But you'll recognize it quickly now. You'll feel it instantly. The pressure, the weight, the lie. And instead of shrinking, you'll smile. Because you'll know, this is familiar, but I'm not the same. The thing that once caused your voice to tremble will now stir a roar in your spirit. You will no longer retreat from hard conversations, from assignments that feel bigger than you, from spaces that used to swallow your confidence. Now, you enter with peace, knowing that I've gone before you and that what used to stand over you now stands under your authority. This authority isn't temporary. It's not seasonal. It's not emotional. It is sealed in the Spirit, and it's yours. Walk in it. Use it. Declare my word with it. Don't just survive spiritual warfare, shift it. Don't just hold the line. Advance it. Every place your foot touches, I've given you dominion. Every space you enter, let my presence speak louder than the pressure. You will not be bullied by fear anymore. You are rising with a new posture, one that hell recognizes and heaven confirms. And from this moment forward, what once intimidated you will not break you, it will bow. You've often wondered why certain things didn't work out, why some people faded without explanation, or why the very doors you once begged me to open remained closed. You questioned whether you were rejected, overlooked, or forgotten. But child, I was not withholding to harm you. I was drawing lines to shield you. I was placing divine boundaries around your heart, your time, your spirit, and your future. Because what I'm building in you now cannot be compromised by distraction, deception, or delay. Some losses were not setbacks, they were safeguards. Some closed chapters weren't failures, they were fences, keeping your calling uncontaminated. There is a difference between worldly isolation and kingdom separation. The world says you've been left out, but I say, you've been set apart. Not to be alone, but to be aligned. Not to be punished, but to be preserved. The mantle on your life is weighty. What you're carrying isn't ordinary. And for that reason, I cannot allow access to remain open to anything that dilutes what I'm doing in your spirit. I'm not just trying to protect you from pain. I'm protecting you from the pollution of premature connection, from the infiltration of voices that don't speak my truth, from the spiritual erosion that happens when boundaries aren't enforced. You said yes to me, and that yes carries consequences in the spirit. It means I now begin to remove anything that competes for the space I'm meant to occupy in your heart. It means some invitations will lose their appeal. Some places will feel strange. Some relationships will shift without a formal ending. Don't fight what I'm pruning. Don't chase what I'm releasing. Don't mourn what I've marked as misaligned. I know what I'm doing, and I know it's coming. You don't need to understand every boundary to trust that it's good. Just like a garden needs walls to grow freely, your soul needs structure to flourish safely. And I know, boundaries can feel lonely. But loneliness is not the same as abandonment. You haven't been abandoned, you've been hidden, covered, guarded. Because what I'm cultivating in you is holy, sacred, pure. The oil I'm pouring into your life cannot be spilled through broken containers. The dreams I'm reviving in your spirit cannot be shared prematurely with ears that won't carry them with honor. So I'm teaching you discernment. I'm showing you that not every voice deserves access. Not every opportunity is a God opportunity. Not every good thing is a God thing. And not every connection is a covenant. Boundaries aren't punishment. They are preparation. They are the evidence that I'm serious about your next level. I'm not just interested in giving you breakthrough. I'm teaching you how to keep it. I'm not just interested in elevating your platform. I'm strengthening your character so it won't collapse under pressure. These boundaries are making you stronger, not smaller. They are making your yes louder, your focus sharper, your discernment clearer. You will begin to feel it, a new standard rising inside of you. A fresh boldness to say no without guilt. A renewed clarity about who you are and what you're called to carry. This protection will not isolate you forever. It will position you. And when I begin to open the right doors, line the right people, and send the right opportunities, you'll realize that the boundaries didn't keep you from your future. They preserved it. You'll see why I said no. Why I pulled you back. Why I ended the assignment before it looked complete. Because I knew what was waiting for you on the other side, and I refused to let the wrong attachments poison the promise. So trust the lines I'm drawing. Trust the distance I'm creating. Trust the walls I'm building around your time, your heart, your purpose. I'm not shutting you down. I'm setting you apart. And what feels like restriction now will be revealed as protection later. Watch how I guard what I'm growing in you. And let every boundary I set remind you, you are not forgotten. You are chosen. And chosen vessels don't move like everyone else. They move with me. You spent so much energy on things that only drained you. Not because you were careless, but because your heart was sincere. You wanted to help. You wanted to be present. You wanted to do the right thing. But in the process, your spirit became entangled in assignments I never gave you. You picked up burdens out of loyalty, not leading. You stayed committed to obligations that bore no lasting fruit. You sacrificed time and attention on what made others comfortable, but left you spiritually depleted. And now, I'm stepping in, not to scold you but to realign you. Because this season cannot be built on distraction. This next phase of your calling requires focus that is fierce, intentional, and unshakable. I am reordering your life from the inside out. No more pouring into places that never fill you back. No more adjusting your pace for people who refuse to move. No more giving your best to the least important. I am bringing clarity to what truly matters. And yes, the clarity will cost you. It will require hard choices, saying no to things that once defined your days, saying goodbye to cycles that made you feel safe, but never fruitful. You will feel unfamiliar, even uncomfortable. But peace will follow the discomfort. And peace is your confirmation. You've been asking me to increase your capacity, and this is how it begins, not by adding more but by subtracting what's stealing strength. The problem hasn't been your ability, it's been your allocation. You're not failing, you're just invested in too many fields that were never yours to plow. And now I'm calling you back to your field. The one I assigned. The one that aligns with your gifting, your mantle, your purpose. It's time to refocus. It's time to replant. It's time to reinvest in what actually matters for the kingdom. I will help you. You don't have to untangle yourself alone. I will highlight what needs to be released. I will show you what is seasonal versus what is covenant. I will give you the courage to release what no longer carries my breath. Some things were anointed for a season, but when that season ends, Clinging to them turns them into idols. Let me prune your schedule, your habits, your connections. Let me rearrange your rhythm. What I'm doing isn't about efficiency, it's about alignment. You don't need to do more. You need to do what matters. And here's the beauty of it. Once you release what drains you, space opens for what will sustain you. You will find that clarity returns. Creativity flows. Joy that felt distant comes rushing back in. Your mornings won't begin with pressure. They will begin with purpose. Your nights won't end in exhaustion. They'll end in peace. Because finally, your energy will match your assignment. No more wasting days trying to prove your worth through overcommitting. No more chasing false urgency. No more spinning your wheels in places where fruitfulness was never promised. You are not called to everything. You are called to what I have placed in your hands. And what I give you will not burn you out. It will challenge you, yes. It will stretch you. But it will never deplete your spirit the way disordered living has. I am not glorified in chaos. I am glorified in order. So let me establish that divine order in you now. One decision at a time. One yes at a time. One holy boundary at a time. And when people don't understand, when questions come, when the pressure to revert sneaks in, remember this. Peace is your permission. If it costs your peace, it's costing you more than you know. And I never called you to pay that price. My yoke is easy. My burden is light. I will not lead you into anxiety and call it purpose. I will not place on you the weight of performance and call it obedience. I am resetting your priorities so that you may walk in grace, not grind. In fruit, not frustration. In alignment, not approval. Let me rearrange what you've held. Trust the reordering. This is not loss. It's liberation. You're not falling behind. You're falling back into rhythm. And from here forward, your strength will no longer be wasted. It will be multiplied. There have been times when everything looked like an opportunity. Every open door felt like an invitation. Every voice seemed worth listening to. Every offer felt urgent to take. And because your heart was hopeful and your spirit was eager, you said yes to things I never assigned. You entertained ideas that seemed promising on the surface, but carried no lasting fruit. You aligned with people who looked like support but slowly pulled you away from your center. You've wondered why you felt so stretched, so spiritually dull, so easily pulled in different directions. But child, it wasn't failure, it was a signal, a holy interruption, a call back to discernment. Tonight I am awakening the discernment again, the clarity that lets you pause before reacting, the wisdom that keeps you anchored when many voices are calling your name. I'm restoring your ability to detect what is mine and what is merely noise. Because not every open door is a divine one. Not every opportunity is your assignment. Not every connection is meant to stay. You've cried out for direction, and now I'm giving you more than a roadmap. I'm giving you eyes that see deeper, ears that hear sharper, and a heart that no longer settles for counterfeit peace. This is where your discernment becomes your compass. It's not based on emotion. It's shaped by intimacy. You spent enough time trying to feel your way forward, and now you will begin to sense me more clearly than ever. You'll enter rooms and immediately know the spiritual climate. You'll meet people and perceive what they carry, even if their words sound right. You'll receive offers and instantly feel whether they align with the anointing on your life. That's not judgment. That's stewardship. That's what happens when I sharpen your senses and train your spirit to live led by my voice, not by urgency or optics. There will be moments ahead that require fast decisions. Not everything will come with time to analyze. And that's why this sharpening is so vital. You won't need 10 confirmations. You'll know because your spirit will be tuned to me. And yes, it will confuse others. They'll wonder why you passed on that position, why you walked away from what looked like favor, why you chose the narrow path when the wide one was lined with applause. But you will know, because I'll whisper, this is not destiny. It's distraction. and your peace will remain. I'm also healing where your discernment was once manipulated. I know people have used my name to push their agenda in your life. I know promises were made under the guise of purpose, only to leave you drained and doubting your ability to hear me. I'm removing the residue of that confusion now. You are not spiritually broken. You are not too gullible. You are not incapable of discerning. You simply needed to be reminded who your teacher is, and I'm that teacher. I'm not vague. I'm not cryptic. I speak with clarity, with precision, and with consistency. And I'm speaking now. So slow down. Don't rush. Not everything needs your yes. Some things need your silence. Some doors need to remain closed because they protect what I'm building in you. And some invitations need to be honored with a decline, not because you're above them, but because they are beneath what I've called you to carry. You're stepping into a level of sensitivity where compromise wouldn't even be a temptation. You won't be swayed by flattery. You won't chase visibility. You won't seek validation from platforms I didn't send. You'll move with a new confidence, not from self-assurance, but from spirit assurance. This discernment is your protection. It's your strategy. It's your filter for what comes next, and it will guard your heart from unnecessary detours. You don't need more distractions disguised as opportunities. You need destiny, pure, God-ordained, unmistakable destiny. And that's exactly what I'm leading you into. Step by step, voice by voice, door by door. And through it all, I'll be the one you recognize first, last, and always. You've prayed when it hurt. You've prayed when it was silent. You've prayed when it seemed pointless. And still, you prayed. You didn't always have the words, but your tears spoke. You didn't always feel me near, but your spirit kept reaching. You didn't always get the response you expected, but you kept showing up. And I saw every moment of it. I was present for every whispered please, every breathless cry in the middle of the night, every time you looked to heaven with a question too heavy to form into language. You wondered if your prayers vanished into the air. You wondered if they were powerful enough, holy enough, persistent enough. But I want you to hear me now. Not one word was wasted. Not one breath was missed. Not one cry went unanswered. The enemy tried to distort your view of prayer. He tried to convince you that silence meant indifference. He whispered lies that sounded like logic. If God heard you, it would have changed by now. But I've never ignored you. I've never been deaf to your voice. My silence was not absence. It was timing. What you thought with an egg and without you'll it been. Some prayers carry such weight, such legacy, such purpose that I had to let them take root before you could see their fruit. And now I'm bringing evidence. You're about to see the results of what you all have stopped believing for. I'm silencing the voices that told you your faith was weak, the ones that mocked your waiting, the ones that pointed to your circumstances as proof that I wasn't moving. They don't know the full story. They didn't see the foundations I was pouring beneath the surface. They didn't see the angels dispatched at your first whisper. They didn't see the divine alignments I was orchestrating while you felt like nothing was shifting. But you'll see it. You'll begin to notice how doors suddenly open, doors you prayed for so long ago, you almost forgot. You'll witness the healing begin to manifest, not randomly, but right in the very place where you once wept for restoration. You'll hear testimonies come from the mouths of people you interceded for in secret. This is the season of answered prayers, and not just the ones you repeated daily, even the ones you prayed once in desperation and left at my feet. I remembered them all. I honored them all. Because you're not just heard, you're held. You're not just noticed, you're known. And I am not a God who teases. I'm not dangling hope to see you suffer. I'm a Father who delights in fulfilling what I've promised. But I do it in the moment that brings me the most glory and gives you the deepest growth. So now, I'm restoring your confidence in prayer. And no longer will you speak timidly, unsure if your voice reaches me. No longer will you shrink your requests to match what you think I'll say yes to. You will pray boldly. You will ask freely. You will approach me with the awareness that I love to respond. I'm not annoyed by your persistence. I welcome it. I'm not overwhelmed by your needs. I'm honored by your trust. You don't have to beg. You don't have to plead. You just have to believe that I am who I say I am. Faith is not about shouting louder. It's about standing firmer. And you are learning how to stand. Tonight, I am removing the residue of every unanswered moment that made you question your worth. I'm replacing it with fresh assurance. You are not invisible in the spirit. Your voice carries weight in heaven. When you speak, heaven leans in. Angels woo. Chains break. The atmosphere bends. So keep praying, not because you're desperate, but because you're connected. You and I, we are in this together. And the days of praying without expectation are over. Expect to see movement. Expect to hear clarity. Expect to feel the weight lift. Because I've been answering, and now, you will see with your own eyes what your faith released long ago. You've carried this expectation for so long that it started to feel like part of your identity. Always believing, always hoping, always waiting. You adjusted your life around it. You built your faith around it. You even measured seasons by how close or far it felt. But lately, the waiting has worn on your soul. You haven't said it aloud, but I know you've wondered, will it ever actually come? You've kept smiling. You've kept walking. But underneath it all, there's been this question lingering like a shadow. Did I miss it? And I want to answer you clearly right now. No, you didn't miss it. You didn't mishear me. You're not behind. You're not forgotten. The waiting didn't disqualify you. It prepared you. And tonight, I'm making a declaration over your life. The delay is over. I'm not simply accelerating time. I'm aligning your spirit with my movement. I'm not rushing just to give you what you want. I'm fulfilling what I promised because your heart has been refined to carry it well. There were things I had to let die in the delay. Ego, self-reliance, fear masked as logic. But now that those weights have fallen off, you're light enough to move at the pace of destiny. You won't walk into this next season with hesitation. You'll walk with holy confidence, knowing that if it came earlier, it would have crushed you. But now you are ready. And not just ready, you are necessary. This door that's opening has your name on it. This is not a borrowed blessing or a recycled breakthrough. This is specific, strategic, sacred. And as you step forward, don't bring the old mindset with you. The delay trained you, but it is not your label. You are no longer the one who waits. You are now the one who receives. Receive without guilt. Receive without apology. Receive without trying to minimize the magnitude of what I'm placing in your hands. You've normalized disappointment for so long that joy may feel foreign at first. But let it come. Let it flood. Let it shake loose the dust of long seasons where nothing seemed to grow. Because now, the rain has come. Now, the ground has opened. Now, the harvest you forgot how to expect is beginning to rise. Others may not see the shift right away, but you will know it. You'll sense the release in your spirit before the evidence appears in your surroundings. Don't wait for validation, move in revelation. Your obedience has already activated what was locked. And now, what seemed dormant is stirring. The dreams that looked abandoned are waking up. The promises that felt buried are breaking through. This is your moment. Not next year, not someday. Now. And you will look back on this night not as another checkpoint in the delay, but as the turning point. The divine shift. The line in the sand where what was prophesied began to unfold. This doesn't mean the road will be free of challenges, but it does mean the drought is over. The spiritual silence is lifting. The stagnancy is breaking. And you won't have to force your way through anymore because I'm opening what no man can shut. Your job is not to strive. Your job is to respond. And as you respond, I will flood you with clarity, with confirmation, with supernatural speed. You will not walk into this next season guessing, you will walk in knowing. And that knowing will steady you like never before. So take this moment seriously. Let it settle into your spirit. Mark it, write it down, remember it. Because after tonight, you will never again say, I don't know if it will happen. You will know that it already has. The delay is broken. The timing is now. And the door, the one you've waited on, cried over, prayed into, sowed into, warred for, it's open. Now walk through it with reverence, with joy, and with fire in your bones. This is your release. This is your fulfillment. This is your yes. Amen.